Good to be
Switched around.
lost.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to be the first, but
Yeah.
everybody else says no.
Well, I personally don't care about
Yeah, I
that,
know.
but yeah, that's true.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, is that how?
Yeah.
That happens all the time.
I'm sure.
And the other board walking, actually,
I'm sure.
more than
Well, somebody did it.
me. Well,
Test.
Okay,
There's a delay.
microphone's on.
Mine's on.
I'd like to call the meeting to order.
It's not quite 5 o'clock. We have to wait till 5.
Got 1 minute.
But I was barely here on time.
I thought it was late.
Yeah, like, and then down and I'm like 2 minutes.
My car clock is about 5 minutes fast.
Oh,
I said,
you're
oh,
like sweating it.
yeah, I said, oh, I'm like 3 minutes. late, but I fix that.
And the time now is 5 o'clock.
Okay, call the meeting to order and have a roll call.
Director Danziger,
Here,
Director Hassler,
Here.
Director Jorgens is absent. Director Romer,
Here.
President Jex.
Here. Okay, maybe you could join us in pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we would like to welcome the representatives from the Contra Costa County Employees Retirement Association for an overview of presentation.
And before we begin that, we do need to open public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So this would be an opportunity for the public to make comments for items not listed on the agenda. We do not have any hands raised or public comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll proceed.
Hi, I'm Christina Dunn from the Contra Costa County Employees Retirement Association. So
Is her mic on?
try and talk louder.
Or just adjust.
And we can help.
Yeah.
The
adjust
short
it.
people.
I wasn't going to say that.
I can say it. So I'm Christina Dunn from the Contra Costa County Employees Retirement Association. I'm the acting CEO right now. I also have with me Henry Godino, our accounting manager, and Andy Young. He's from Siegel Consulting. He's our actuary. So we're going to go through just an overview of Cicera and hit some topics, focusing mainly on the actuarial side. So for the next agenda, our slide there on the agenda, we'll talk about an overview of Cicera. which is the acronym for the Contra Costa County Employees Retirement Association. Touch on some of the investment information and how the pension funds are invested, the financial information, the actuarial process, which includes actuarial assumptions, actuarial smoothing, and then we'll conclude. The next slide. So what is CICERA? We're the Contra Costa County Employees Retirement Association. We're a retirement system established in 1945 by the County of Contra Costa. We are a separate special district that administers the pension benefits for 16 participating employers who are in Contra Costa County. We have about 65 staff members, and we'll go into kind of how that's spread out within the organization, but we are also administered by different laws, including the California Constitution, the County Employees Retirement Law, which we refer to as SERL or the 1937 Act, and most recently, the Public Employees Pension Reform Act of 2013 that you'll hear referred to as PEPRA. So as I mentioned, we do have about 65 employees. We have benefits administration, so staff that are administering those benefits to the members, including the employees that are eligible for the pension at Moraga-Orinda Fire District. The accounting staff, which Henry oversees, the member services staff, which collect those contributions. We have audit staff, legal staff, and then investments. We also are governed by a board. It's a 12-member board. 9 of those members are regular members, and then 3 are alternates. The board members are appointed by the Board of Supervisors, and they are elected by the membership. So some are elected by the retirees, some are elected by the general members, and then some by the safety members. And going, yeah,
Should we ask questions as we go? Is that, or should we wait?
you can, yeah.
So can you just tell me on the board? What are the terms? How does that, what are the terms on the board members?
So the board members have 3-year terms, and there's no term limit. So each 3 years, if they're appointed or elected, they get reappointed or reelected, or somebody can run against them. The Board of Supervisors appoints the members, and that's more of a like recruitment process where they fill out an application, get interviewed. The elected members, there's ballots that go out and they get elected that way, and they have to file nomination paperwork.
And
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, just the last question is, I should know this because I've been on this board for 5 years now, but the elected positions, does that come from the member agencies?
It's from our membership.
Or just the membership?
Yeah, so any general member, so we have seats that are designated under SERL to be those general member seats. And all of the general members can file nomination paperwork and then get elected into that role. Or there's safety members. So then the safety members would file the paperwork and get elected into that role. We do have on the safety side, we have a firefighter and a sheriff representative on the board.
Question again.
Yeah.
We've never had a representative from our district on the board, have we?
Not that I'm aware of.
And how many members of the board are appointed versus elected, or are they appointed first and then elected, or are there certain numbers that are
It's-
always appointed?
Yeah, it's about split. The treasurer tax collector of Contra Costa County holds an ex officio seat. So then the other 4 elected, 4 appointed. And in order to be appointed, you can't have any direct ties to the retirement system. So you wouldn't be able to be elected on the board as, let's say, a general member who's working, for one of our participating employers, maybe at Central Sanitary District, and then later on get appointed because you would then be a member of our system.
And are the 3 alternates elected as well, or?
We have 1 appointed, and then 1 retired alternate and 1 general alternate, which is the safety member.
What's the general background of the position? The
The board members. There's a range. Well, we have the treasurer tax collector. We have a member of the Board of Supervisors, which is Candace Anderson. Her background is she's an attorney. Our board chair, Scott Gordon, is an attorney. We have executive from Delta Dental, who's now retired. We have an actuary. We have an investment consultant. He works at another retirement system that's not related to us. We have, out of all the 12, I'm trying to think what else we have, but it's definitely a mixture. And then as I mentioned, we have firefighter, sheriff, we have a doctor who works at health services. So yeah, it's kind of a
Broad
mixture. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a pension through the Alameda County Employees Retirement System, so I'm familiar with some of this. My understanding, though, is that we had elected members of the Alameda County Retirement Association Board, ACERA, that were deputy prosecutors and contributing to the system at the time that they ran and won election. And there were also 2 retired members of the board, and they had been paying into the system and they were receiving pensions.
Yes.
So is ACERA's rules for who's eligible different from ACERA's?
No, we follow the same laws under Searle, but if you're elected, you're coming from that general membership, retired membership, safety membership, so they are in the plan. The appointed members that are appointed by the Board of Supervisors, they're the ones that don't have a connection to membership within our
I
plan.
misunderstood. I thought you said that all of the members, none of the members could. It's only the appointed.
Right, so we have a mixture. Yeah, some members, some not members, some appointed, some elected, so yeah,
And I'm guessing that's all governed by the state laws.
it is, yeah.
What do you mean by safety member? What,
Safety member would be a member contributing to retirement and they are working in a position that falls into a safety retirement tier based on Searle.
So in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office, the inspectors are often retired Oakland police officers. So those were our safety.
Yeah, and once the members retire, those retired members elected on our board, it's not divvied up between general and safety. So as long as you're retired, you could fill that retirement seat.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. So just a little bit about Cicera's investments. We have a diversified long-term investment program because we are funding benefits that are paid for a lifetime of a member. The investments are determined through an investment policy statement that is approved by our board. And so the policy provides different objectives, the principles, duties of the board, the investment team, the outside investment consultants, and any of those asset managers. In the next slide, this kind of breaks up those responsibilities and who's managing those Cicera investments. So as I mentioned, we have the board that has that ultimate authority. They're setting the asset allocation. They're adopting that investment policy statement, and they're getting advice from a investment consultant who's external from Cicera. So they hire an investment consultant that comes in and provides recommendations and advice to the board. We also have internal investment staff that is also doing that same thing. So they get recommendations from 2 different groups of individuals. And then we have our outside investment managers that are managing the funds that are going out into the market. And then the asset allocation, as I mentioned, that's really what drives how our investments work. And that's determined by our board. The next slide, it talks about the board's outside investment consultant. They conduct a study every 3 to 5 years to determine what the asset liabilities are. And then they provide recommendations to the board. After the board discusses it, and sometimes it can be multiple meetings of discussion, then they can make adjustments to those asset allocation targets. That asset allocation is reviewed annually to determine if we have enough liquidity in the program to pay benefits.
I have one question. When
Uh-huh.
was the last time you did asset liability study?
I don't think I have that information in front of me. I can
It's 3 to
definitely look
5
at it.
years, so I didn't know if we're at the end
Yeah.
of the 3 years or.
You know, this is at the three-year level.
We're right at
Yeah,
3
I
years.
think
Okay.
we're close to 3 years.
We're, I guess, preferred, an article.
Okay.
Yeah, and we just looked at that asset allocation and rebalanced within the last few months.
Okay.
So how we invest, we follow what we call a functionally focused portfolio, which we'll refer to as FFP. And this is really due to the maturity of our plan. When you have almost equal number of retired members as you do active members, it's reaching maturity. So we want to make sure that we have liquidity in the plan to pay those benefits to those retired members. And the FFP allows us to put some money into liquidity and hold it for those payments. The next,
How are we right now? You know, like the ratio?
we are about 11,000 retired and beneficiaries, so those payments going out, and about 10,500 active.
Okay,
So
pretty
it's
close.
we're right on the cusp there, yeah. And so this goes a little bit more into FFP and how we divide those assets. So as I mentioned, we do have a large liquidity program to make sure that we're paying those benefits. And then we have growth, risk diversifying. It's really to ensure that as the market rises, we don't go up as fast. So it's a little bit more conservative. And as it falls, we don't fall as fast, just because we need so much liquidity right now, being a mature plan. And then the next slide, we're going to go into the financial and actuarial reports, which I'll ask for Henry Godino, our accounting manager, to come up.
Thank you, Christina. Good afternoon, board. My name is Henry Godino. I'm the accounting manager for Cicera. I'm going on 8 years with the organization. I'm talking too loud, too little. Maybe that's about right. Yeah, let's raise it up a little bit, right? I handle the accounting. I'm head of accounting. I handle the banking relationships. I co-manage the actuarial relationship with Christina. I work closely with the custodian bank, take a look at the banking relationships. I work very closely with the outside auditors in the financial statements. I have a staff of 9 people handling accounting operations, financial reporting. I'm also in charge of the budgeting. But the purpose of here, what we wanted to share with what we do is Cicera, as a government agency, is required by CERL to be audited. And we get that started. We do that every year. Our financial year ends December 31st. And so we bring auditors on board shortly right after the close, and we partner that timeline also with our actuary evaluation production. So in the scope of the financial statements audit, I just want to share that a big chunk of the work is marketing and confirming the market value of those investments that we have. We partner with a custodian bank called Northern Trust out of Chicago. They've been in business for 130 years. They're one of the global leaders in asset management, in institutional global management of custody assets. They're one of the best players. We partnered with them in 2019. And one of the roles that we have with them is that we utilize them to help us with performance, to support our investment team, and also to be the book of record for our financial statements. Big part of the work is working with them and making sure that they record keep and they market value all our investments as of December 31st. We keep the books open for about 4 months to allow for statements, market value statements, to arrive at the custodian bank. Being that we close the books on December 31st, it's a very popular year end for a lot of limited partnerships. They're also going through audits. They're also needing time to close out their net asset values. So the information takes a little bit of time, but we keep the books open to make sure that we've got the final asset values on the books. We have a little timeline, and we'll go with that in the next slide, but here, I just wanted to point that out. That's a big chunk of effort that's done, not just by the internal staff, but also confirmed with the auditors in terms of what the values are. In addition to that work, we confirmed the liabilities that we have on the books, and they have to do with payroll that we owe, deductions that we have from retirees for taxes, withholding, things of that nature. And we also have our auditors, also another set of eyes, and they test and they sample a lot of the information that goes in the valuation report. So we have another team of folks looking at the data that goes inside the valuation. They don't look at all the thousands of records, but they have systemic sampling and algorithm techniques that they look at. In connection with the work, we subscribe to GASB, Governmental Accounting Standards Board, which is the accounting industry network that defines how you audit, what rules you apply, GAAP. Two deliverables that GASB requires from our actuary is statement GASB number 67, GASB number 68. Maybe those numbers ring a bell, maybe they don't, but GASB 67 is more to do with CECERA, and that's to determine a pension liability for our own financial reporting. That means that the actuary has to prepare a valuation that says, based on all the membership data, all the characteristics, all the demographic information, all the assumptions you have going on, a statement, a liability gets prepared. We deduct from that the plan assets, and that's what's called the net pension liability. It's just purely for financial statement purposes. Following that, there's another statement called GASB 68, which actually breaks down that net pension liability, and it allocates it to all the individual employers. We have 16 employers, some big ones, some small ones, some medium-sized ones, but they're all asking us about financial statement reporting. And the GASB 68, I think we delivered it to you, right? You have it in your hands, right? And that gets used by the employer district, so they can report their share of liability on the financial statements. Following that, we close our books, we prepare our own ACFR, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. We have to present it in front of our board by June 30th. We also have a deliverable that we use, GFOA, Government Finance Officer Association. We file for an award, Statement of Excellence in Financial Reporting Award. And I'm happy to report we're going on 20 years of receiving that report. And so it's part of the package. So there was a lot of info there. Any questions?
You mentioned the auditors. What firm do you use?
Company called Brown Armstrong. They're located in Bakersfield. They've been our auditors for going on 20 years. One of the things that we do is, since I've been on board, we've rotated the partners and the staff at least 3 times with them, just so we continue to have a fresh set of eyes. We've requested for proposals 6 years ago, and that's part of the effort in them earning the right to keep the job. The company has a very well established experience base in dealing with 37 Act plans. There's 20 counties with 37 Act plans, and they have a big majority of them. And so one of the good things about having a firm with the experience is that you can ask them, what's LA doing? LA County is a 37 Act plan. What's Kern County doing? What's Fresno? Things of that nature. I participate widely in the network. I see Gloria Ann at CSMFO. I'm a big believer in, there's a pension CalPERS network for finance professionals, and we're continuously trading ideas with pension systems, banking, taxing regulations, okay, so, good stuff on how to run, the organization.
Thank you.
This trade, next slide. So one of the best ways of illustrate what happens at our shop is we put together a little calendar timeline. And so I like to start with the year end close, December 31st. That's when it starts. Some of the things that occur on that date is leading up to that is my team is closing the books, getting all the information, accruing, posting, year-end transactions. We get started, we receive a data request from Siegel and Company, our actuaries, where they start their work, member data, census data, lots of information for every year in the production of the valuation. In addition to that, Ron Armstrong, our auditors are asking for data requests. Tell us a list of your GL, your balance sheet accounts, what's happening in your cash, your investment, any new changes, what happened this year, new from last year, typical audit questions, Glorianne, that's posed. By April 15th, we typically provide the actuary with any plan changes that our members might have, any substantive changes. We provide them a big file of all the member data, all the, I call it the census data, but that's a good term for it. It's basically all the characteristics, all the population, all the data that we have at the plan. By the end of April, that's where I was mentioning that we do a preliminary close of all the investments, all the gains, all the losses that are as of December 31st. We keep the books as long as we can to make sure we have those quarterly statements from investment managers who also report quarterly. And we review and make sure we have at least a response to each and every one. Accountants, companies all over use something called materiality. There's going to be some companies who simply don't get to the year-end close. But if it's immaterial in nature, it doesn't mean a lot to the organization. We use what's called a roll forward approach. We take a look at the last time they provided a statement, update it for any cash consequence to that, and that gets us within 95, 98% of the year-end value. If the investment is material and we haven't seen a quarterly statement and we need to close our books at our custodian, we use the relationships we have with our investment office. They're closely on top, working with all the investment managers. We reach out to them and we ask them, can you give me an NAV statement, at least a preliminary for year end? Because the auditors are going to be confirming those balances eventually. So if we have to use an estimate, we compare it to what the auditors receive, which is later on, and then we take a look if there's any difference. That's very important. I just want to make sure that we cover that because that arises to at least within 95, 98% accuracy on 12/31 in order to close our books. We confirm any of that through the end of May. The actuary asks questions about the member files that we have in case if there's any aberrations, any data corrections, any cleanup. We also prepare that GASB 67 that I spoke about earlier. That's the pension liability document. That gets used to report in that year's ACFR. I mean, we firm up, we finalize all the financial investment data by May 15th. From that date to when we file our ACFR, which is June 30th, it gives us about 45 days to put the book together, disclosures, balance sheet, income statement. Our ACFR is online, about 130 pages. There's an actuary section, investment section, a lot of good information there. That all occurs by June 30th. By July 30th, the actuary completes the annual valuation, the rate packets, the GASB 68 statement that we spoke about earlier that allocates the pension liability to the employers, that gets prepared, and we deliver that out to our member employers. The board adopts the valuation. Siegel and the team present it to our board. Questions get asked about our board, contribution rates, what's happening, what are the assumptions. Very robust conversation that occurs. By September, the GASB 68 is finalized, but it's a straightforward report. It's already been delivered to employers. The contribution rates, as Christina mentioned, they need to be approved by the Board of Supervisors. They get installed in computer systems so they can process. So those rates are effective for July 1 of the next year. That's the advance information used to assist with any kind of forecasting and budgeting. Questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your presentation, how long, much longer? Just so I,
The whole presentation?
yeah.
We still want to hear from our actuary. So I'm done. If you had enough of me.
No, just. But I want to make sure we can carve out about maybe 5-10 minutes for questions from the board on some of the things that I think we submitted. So, and our timeline is by about 20 or 10 to.
Are we on time? We're about halfway.
Right, we have until 6 o'clock, so we still have 30 minutes. So I think we're okay.
I think we're okay.
Okay.
Maybe we just hold questions until you guys have finished your presentation.
You know, feel free to interrupt, but I can tell by temperature, we're done with the accountant, so I'll sit down and we'll turn it over to the actuary. Okay,
Thank
very
you.
good.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Andy Young, and I'm one of the co-consulting actuaries at Seago. So we have been retained by CSERA and the Board of Retirement as the actuary for the last 20 years. Besides CSERA, actually, in addition to CSERA, we are also the actuary for SERA. I'm pleased to meet a SERA member here today. And we're also the actuary for another 10 of the other 37 X system for a total of 12 of them. One of the primary work product is both Christina and Henry have indicated is the annual actuarial valuation report. So in that process, what we do is we take the assumptions, we take the procedures, we take the methods that have been approved by the board, and we then go through and determine the most important project, which is the contribution rates, not just for the district, but because as you're aware, the district's employees, we call them the members of the association, also make a contribution. So again, we set the contribution rates based on certain parameters that I'm going to go through today for both the district as well as for the members. And if you ask, how do you set the contribution rates? And again, I go back to the so-called 1937 Act. So actually the SERO actually provides the guidelines as to how the contribution rate should be set. Who should be responsible for paying which portion of the contribution rate? So this is all set according to statute. Of course, the Board of Retirement doesn't rubber stamp the contribution rate when we deliver the valuation report. So what they do is they vet the full process, and we talk about the auditors, how often the auditors actually project could get out to bid. And actually the association has the same process for the actuary as well. And we endorse that process because we have been audited no less than 3 times during the last 20 years. So even though we believe that we are important player in the market, but we have other actuaries come in and audit our work. So at the end of the year, we collect the data. The valuation is always done as of December 31st of 2022. Once we determine the contribution rate, they are adopted by the Board of Retirement, and then they are recommended to the Board of Supervisors for adoption, for payment, not just by the county, but also by the districts, and they become the contribution rate for the 24-25 fiscal year. So again, we deliberately build in the long process, 18-month process, to make sure that there's ample of time for everybody to chime in and to provide input to the process. Okay, next page, please. So we get asked this question all the time. I know that actuaries do a lot of maths, right? So exactly how do we boil down our work into perhaps one equation? So I think this would be the one that I would always like to quote. Is equal to C plus I equal to B plus E. So I'm going to start on the right-hand side. So again, we ask the district, we ask your employees, we ask our members to pay contributions into the fund. And the reason why we do that, in spite of the fact that we have over $10 billion sitting in the fund today, is to make sure that we have enough assets to pay both benefits. So that's the B, as well as to pay investment, as well as administrative expenses. So that's the E. Again, we collect the assets primarily for the purpose of paying benefits and to provide for payment of certain expenses, fees that you pay to the auditor, fees that you pay to the actuary, to the lawyers, and things of that nature. So that's why we collect the contributions. On the other hand, I have already said, in order to provide for those benefits, we need to make sure that we have a healthy fund. We have enough assets. Right now, it's sitting at over $10 billion. but that may or may not be enough to provide for those benefits. So what we do is we collect contributions, and that's one of the primary function of the actuary, is to go in each and every year, make sure that we can provide a budget. I emphasize that this is a budget because at the end of the day, if you ask, so what about the interest rate assumption that Seagull you recommend? Currently is 6.75%. How does that investment return assumption actually come into this equation? And the answer is, surprisingly, it does not. Because what happened is, it is really the actual investment return of the fund which drives the whole process. Even though we are charged with a very important function, we have to estimate, not just for next year, but for the next 40, 50, 60 years, how much the fund is expected to earn. But at the end of the day, it's really how much the fund actually earns, which matters. So we don't want to be dismissive of our responsibility, but it's really how much the fund actually earns, which matters. So that is why at the end, we said the focus is really on the very long term, because it's one thing to be able to meet the assumed rate of return of 6.75% next year, but it's even more important to make sure that we have a goal, we have a funding policy, we have an investment strategy that will allow the fund to earn 6.75 for the foreseeable future. Because after all, we've taken all the liabilities of the plan, not just those that are paid, that needs to be paid next year, but those that needs to be paid for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And we need to make sure that we earn the assumed rate of 6.75 in order to sustain the payment of those benefits. So with that equation out of the way, so let's advance to the next page. So this is just a diagram of how we actually go through the evaluation process. As Henry has indicated, every year around May-ish, we would be collecting membership data. Even though the district, as you know, you have to process payroll on a periodic basis. You have to make sure that you collect contributions from the district and remit those to the association. Likewise, you have to collect contributions from the members and remit those to the association and payroll, for example. But we only actually get to see those payroll numbers at the end of each year. So in other words, all the data have been accumulated for the whole year, and then they would be transmitted to the actuary. So likewise, for the financial data, once we get the audited or close to audited financial results from Henry, that is when we come into action, and we actually then go through the so-called funding process, funding policies, and the actuarial assumptions to come up with the contribution rate requirement. Now, I kind of skip over the plan provisions because even though you are the employer, you set the plans that you want your employees to be enrolled under, but you may heard from Christina early on, since 2013, Pension Reform Act has come to pass. It's called PEPRA. As a result of pension reform, unfortunately, employers really have no say or very little say in what formula or what benefit you can provide to your employees. We kind of don't like that either, but it's kind of one size fits all. The state actually passed a pension benefit formula that you will find in not just CSERA, but it's also in ACERA, for example. So all general members get one formula, all safety members get another formula. Next page. So in order for us to do our job and in order for us to predict how much benefits need to be paid, we have to rely on these actuarial assumptions. So generally speaking, there are two sets of assumptions. There's one set called the economic assumptions, and the one that everybody talks about is the investment return assumption. So besides the investment return, we also have inflation assumption. We also have cost of living assumption, because as you may be aware, your members will be entitled to, provided that CPI were to be elevated, they will be entitled to an adjustment to the retirement income each and every year starting April 1st of each year. So that's the core assumption. So of course, salary increases will come into play for active members. So we call those the economic assumptions. So besides those, we have the so-called demographic assumptions. So we have to predict how long the members are going to work for your district before he or she actually retire from the system. Now, being the kind of job that they work on, unfortunately, some of our members actually retire because of disability retirement instead of service retirement. So we have to take that into account as well. So even after they retire from the plan, we have to predict how long they're going to live. So we call that the life expectancy assumptions. So all those assumptions have to come into play, and we have to take those into account when we do the valuation. So again, I'm going to go back and answer the question, if you were to ask, of all the assumptions that we have to predict, which one is the most important assumption of all? I would like to say all the assumptions are important, but one assumption is more important than the other, and it's the investment return assumption. We have a slide at the end of the presentation explaining to you how much of the pension benefits are actually provided by actual investment income, not the investment return assumption. But the investment return assumption, while the active members are still actively working for the plan, that's one of the most important assumptions. So the thing that is going on right now in the actuarial industry is, besides the biggest cost driver, is actually also the most volatile. So a lot of systems, including Forsera, at the recommendation of the actuary, has been taking down that investment return assumption. So we'll see that in the next slide. So what we do is, because this assumption is so volatile, and because there's a need to look at and review these assumptions every 3 years, every time when we recommend new assumptions, we immediately remeasure the liability using these new investment return and other actuarial assumptions. And any cost impact, increase in the liability or decrease in the liability, amortized or spread for payment purposes over the next 18 years. So we now look at this actual investment return versus the assumed rate. You will see that on the far left-hand side, in the orange bubble, we used to, about 10 years ago, we were starting off in assuming an investment return assumption of about 7.25%. So over time, that assumption has changed. It has gone down a little to 7%. And in the most recent valuation, it's now at 6.75%. So the actual investment return, on the other hand, has gone up and down in a very much a haphazard fashion. But although I'm very pleased to report that, at least on the average over the last 10 years, 6 of those last 10 years, the assumed rate of return has been exceeded on a market value basis, and 4 of those years have been under. But at least on the average, you can see that it's about 7.2. And remember, I said we start off the 10-year period assuming a 7.25% return, and at least in the last valuation, we are now assuming 6.75%. So definitely we are in the right ballpark. And unfortunately, if you ask the CEO, can you do better than that? Can you actually give us an assumption that will never be exceeded or we will never fall below? Unfortunately, that's not going to be possible. So the only thing that we can say kind of tongue in cheek is, we know that the assumption is going to be off 50% of the time. 50% of the time it will come in lower, 50% of the time it come in higher. But in this case, it's very pleased to report that the rate of return is coming in more or less equal to what we have assumed. So again, we have a slide later on coming up explaining how do we then set a contribution rate if we have to take these very haphazard change in the actual investment return into consideration in the valuation. So next slide, please. So again, I'm just going to go back and revisit the valuation. So again, I said early on, is conducted December 31st of each year. One of the things that we try to do is to measure the progress towards accumulating enough assets required to pay the benefits. In the valuation report, and we have a page that we extract out just for your district, we compare how much assets we expect to have and how much assets we actually have. The difference is called the UAAL, or the unfunded actuarial accrued liability. So that is a very important component of the contribution rate setting process, especially for the district. So in any event, we cannot, and we know that we cannot just use market value of assets to set your contribution rate. So for that reason, what we have done is we have devised and we have recommended to the board the use of a so-called 5-year smoothing methodology, asset smoothing methodology. So what happened is, in years where the assumed rate of return, or the actual rate of return, is in excess of the 6.75%, we try to take the difference between what we actually earn and the 6.75, and we smooth it out, and we actually recognize that over a period of 5 years. Likewise, when we earn less than the assumed rate, we don't hit the employee with the bad news in 1 year, but rather we spread it out and recognize that over the period of 5 years. With the end outcome that, if we now go to the next slide, remember the very haphazard fashion in how the rate of return transpired. But in this case, after we go through the smoothing process, the scale is a little bit different on this slide, but you can see that we are actually now hugging the actual rate, the assumed rate of return, a lot closer than we were a few minutes ago. It follows the contour of the actual rate of return, the actual market returns, but in any event, it is a little bit less volatile. So at the end of the day, it is how much the fund actually earned which matters. So that's why in this case, for this 10-year period, the return is slightly better than what the actual market return is. And if the directors were to ask, so what's going on? How come that is the case? I want to remind you, and again, I won't go back to the slide, 2 slides ago, but for year 2022, that was actually a bad year because 2021, it was a good year. We earned a lot more than the assumed rate. But for year 2022, it was a very bad year. The actual market return was 11%, negative 11%. So relative to how much we expect the fund to earn, which is about 6.75, we've actually fall short by about 17%. So there's no other way to sugarcoat that information. But what we did was we actually take the 1/5 of the market losses and recognize that in this year's valuation to set your contribution rate and the other employers' contribution rate for the 24-25 fiscal year. So that is the reason why on a smooth basis, the rate of return was only, and of course in air quotes, only as bad as 5.25%. But make no mistakes, in the projection that we have been asked to prepare for CSERA and that will be later be distributed to the district, you will see that unless the market reverses itself, otherwise the contribution rate for the district will be expected to go up for the next 4 years. And if you ask why 4 years, because we take the investment losses in this case and actually recognize that 1/5 at a time. So we have only recognized 1/5 of those losses. We have to recognize the remaining 4/5. So that's why I know unless the market give back some of the market losses that we have suffered, otherwise the contribution rate for the district will go up for the next 4 years.
Okay, I just want to ask you, so I don't forget what you just said. So, last year was a bad year and we have the smoothing for 5 years. So you're saying that if we are above the 6.75 this year, do they readjust the smoothing? The
Yes,
next,
yes, yes.
they'll adjust it, like if we somehow, I don't know, return 8%.
Right.
They'll readjust for the next 4 years.
That's right. So what happened is I'm going to use another round number. So let's say that because we're assuming 6.75, and I don't know that for a fact, but if the fund were to earn 5% more than the 675, so in this case 11.75, what we would do is we will only recognize 1/5 of those superior return for the next 5 years, including this year we're in. So we would take 1% of that superior gain and actually use that to offset the losses from the prior year. So that's how the smoothing process works. Exactly.
And Gloria, and I'm sorry, in our budget, we've already accounted for the 5-year smoothing, right? Because of the investment returns last year in our budget for the next 5 years, we've accounted for that 5-year smoothing, right?
Okay, so you're talking about the long-range financial forecast?
basically.
Right, so the long-range financial forecast, yes, well, it is based on Siegel provides a 5-year estimate. And so which takes into account the
Right.
smoothing, is that
Yeah,
correct?
yes.
All right, so then
Absolutely.
yes,
And so we would adjust that accordingly, depending on what happens at the end of this year.
right, annually, they update it and then we
Yeah.
use the most recent amount, numbers.
Exactly. So the only thing that I haven't talked about is, well, even going through the 5-year smoothing process, the market can go up and down, and especially when it went down, nobody likes to hear that from the actuary. But in any event, we have another policy in place that we recommend to the Board of Retirement that they approve. So anytime we have a bad market, we have a investment loss, and on this chart you could see that as a actuarial loss. So what we do is we don't ask the district to pay us back that investment loss right away, but rather we actually, it works pretty much like a mortgage concept. We take the investment loss and we amortize that, spread it out over a period of 18 years. So the ideas are twofold. We know that it is very difficult to come up with the amount to replenish the market losses, for example, in this hypothetical example. Secondly, we know that market losses are typically or hopefully followed by market rebounds. So the one thing that is very clear, or hopefully will be clear, as already clear to you, is because we take a snapshot of the investment returns up through December 31st, 2022, and the market actually have returned a lot of the investment losses since that day. None of those have been taken into account by the actuary. So what we are hoping to be able to do is we would be able to report good news at the end of the year. We take the investment gains in this hypothetical example I was referring to. We take a 1% investment gain if the fund were to earn 11.75%. And what we would do is we would also amortize that investment gain over a period of 18 years. So over a period of time, you can see that you would expect to see there would be years where the fund out earns the assumed rate of return. There would be some years where the experience of the plan are coming in less, more favorable than what we expected. We were able to take those investment gains, we were able to take those actuarial gains and use those to offset the actuarial loss and the market losses. So everything is done on a smooth basis and is amortized over a period of 18 years.
You use a 5 year, as we talked about
Right,
earlier.
right.
Why an 18 year?
Yeah.
Why not shorten that and recognize it earlier than 18 years?
Yeah,
Straight.
18, very good question. I think 18 is a balance because of course, just like our mortgages, right? We know that if we go to the bank and ask to finance our mortgage over a shorter period of time, we would end up being charged less interest. So that's very attractive. But on the other hand, the payments will be a lot higher. So the board actually choose the 18 years at Seago's recommendation after they deliberate, well, what's the trade-off between longer period, in which case more interest would be charged and paid for by the district and the other employers, versus shorter period, which would be more difficult for the district and the other employers to service. So 18 is a sweet spot, so to speak, as chosen by the Board of Retirement.
Is that kind of an industry standard or is it vary?
If I think it is very much an industry standard. And if you ask me back 20 years ago, what was the standard back then? Back then was much longer. A lot of systems have used 30 years. So we call that kind of kicking the can down the road. And especially Cicera Board and a lot of the system that we serve, we're very pleased to report that we're not doing that anymore. Not to imply that we are doing that before, but we're definitely not doing that going forward.
Some of the largest numbers in our balance sheet are the deferred inflows and deferred outflows, and they are very erratic, which makes it very difficult looking at the information we publish to come up with a really good estimate of what it is other than what you provide.
That's right.
But those eventually hit our P&L, both positive and negative,
We
on a 5 year basis.
exactly. We totally agree because when
So they, from my experience in looking at other pension plans over the years, I've never seen that kind of volatility. And what would drive that in terms of yours? If you look at the trend line, it's the rate of return is a downward on the long-term basis. You mentioned earlier in your presentation that we have a higher number of retirees than we have active.
Mhm.
Does that impact, I would assume you have a fewer people putting in that would drive in terms of the cost up over a long-term basis in terms of future employees?
Yeah, a number of questions. So first of all, you're correct that for financial reporting purposes under GASB 68, numbers of which will end up in your financial statement, you're absolutely right in observing that anytime we have investment gains and losses, especially investment losses, those losses have to be amortized and spread only for recognition purposes over 5 years. So unfortunately, the thing that I was talking about, taking those 5 years investment losses and further amortizing that and for payment purposes over 18 years, that's unfortunately is not allowed by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. So one of the principal difference is for the purpose of setting the district's contributions, the amount that you need to pay into a Cicera, we allow and we have spread those investment losses, for example, and amortize that over 18 years. How?
Because if you look at our numbers,
Mhm.
our numbers jumped from about 5 or 6 million up to 9 million.
Right.
That's, if you're talking about an 18-year amortization, that's a much bigger shift.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 18-year amortization does not come into play. We cannot apply the amortization when we develop the expense for the district. So the only thing we are allowed to do, which we have done, is take those investment losses and spread it over 5 years. That's it. So for the purpose of developing the financial expenses for the district,
It's 5 years.
It's only 5 years,
Okay.
and we're not allowed to do anything more than the 5 years, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Could we open it for the last 6, 7 minutes?
We have one slide and we'll include that.
Okay.
But I just want to give an informational, back to your question. GASB was the agency who developed that, and they set the tone for financial reporting. Andy was speaking about the 18 years, and that's what ties to the funding, the contribution
Funding.
funding. Right, but from financial statements, if you want to get audited and if you want to comply with auditors, you got to follow the GASB rules, and that's the group that actually sets
No,
the 5 years, and so that's where that mechanics comes from. I'm in the same boat too. I always wonder, it's like, why is GASB doing this? Why is GASB doing that? But that's the world of financial reporting. This particular slide is just a good little informational. This is a blend of going back 20 years of where our dollar comes from and what the sources of it is. This is 16 different employers going back time. It's got general, safety members involved. So we tested it, and 54 cents of every dollar comes from our investment earnings. 35 cents comes from the employers, 11 cents from member. That's the whole blend of the plan assets going back 20 years. If we take a look at some of the districts that are in fire safety, I'm sure those rates will change around depending on what, how we bear down. But this is just a good informational to tell our folks. We put it in our ACFR, we put it in our budget, in our PAFR. And with
could we open it for questions that want to make?
absolutely, absolutely. I want to give it to Christina. She'll wrap it up and then we'll turn it over to all the questions.
Yeah, I'm not going to spend too long. I'm going to say this has been so exciting. I'm sure that you want to read more, and you can go to our website and see the evaluation report or ACFR and all of that. But we'll open it up for questions. for any of
Okay,
us.
questions. Board.
So just a general question. So you have 16 member agencies and, we're all different. We all have different number of employees. So when you calculate like our payments, basically, it's all done individually, right? I mean, you don't calculate different for every agency, right? Or do you?
Well, I can hand this over to Andy, but we do have what we call cost groups. So there are different characteristics that it puts certain employers in certain cost groups, and that could depend on the tier. So safety tier, they're going to be in their own tier or own cost group. The general members might be mixed with some other general members in another cost group. So it's really based on the
Because
cost group.
Our pension payments maybe 3% and the non-safety maybe 2.5 or something. So I guess it.
Right. So it's based on those similar characteristics as to what cost group they're put into.
So I guess in order to determine that, there's probably a lot of factors that go in, how many employees, how much we're paying for salaries. I mean, there's probably.
Yeah,
So-
which of the tiers? So there's multiple general tiers, multiple safety tiers. There's the pepper tiers. There's the what we call legacy tiers.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
So if things change, I guess that's the statute census information you were talking about. So for each individual organization, I mean, I know some of the reports we get, sometimes we see that how many retired members, how many active members and things like that.
Yes. And that all
The age,
contributes
the
to that.
ages.
Yes.
You have any questions?
I just, on the chart that showed the dollars that go out, that's the current dollar going out to fund pension of members today, right? So-
The last slide?
Yeah, the last slide.
That's the dollars that are incoming revenues. We get where the sources are.
Okay,
That's how we fund.
Sources and revenue.
this is the sources of revenue
Right.
Right.
that you use, and then, okay. And so the just maybe one question, the member contributions, has that been steady for 20 years or did that change after the 2013?
You know,
Is it
I'd say
moving?
that the PEPRA.
Yeah.
For a little bit of time, it's gonna take some time to go in there, and that blended that PEPRA change that occurred in 2015.
Yeah, okay. That-
Any question? How familiar are you with our history?
I don't know that I am.
You know, I know Lori Ann.
Just a question, several years ago, the district ended up issuing some bonds for about $28 million and turned that money over to Cirrus to pre-fund or to fund, in a sense, the unfunded pension liability.
Mhm.
Never been able to get an answer with regards to whether that was recognized fully, because when I first came on the board, our unfunded pension liability was up in the 60 million category. So it had gone from 0 up to 60 million in a relatively short period of time.
So I think Andy, yeah, because he can talk about the pension obligation bonds.
I think as Christina indicated, in the valuation, we divide all the employers, especially the bigger ones, like your safety group, into different cost groups. So that way, any experience, any assets that has been contributed by the district or by the employees are only used to provide the benefits for those employees or retirees who are associated with the district. So in other words, at least for the safety, unlike the general, right? Because you don't have too many general members who are enrolled in CSERA, but for the safety members, they are tracked separately, contributions tracked separately, pension obligation bonds paid by the district are tracked separately. And so we gave credit, the Board of Retirement gave credit based on Seaco's calculation, so that the bond monies that were issued by the district were only used towards paying the UAL for the district. So likewise, at about the same time, the county also issued pension obligation bonds. So if I were to be attending a county meeting, I would say, yes, the county contributions, the POB monies that they made are only used to provide rate credit for the county. Now, then you would ask, okay, well, so then what's going on, right? Because you pay fully for all the POBs with POB monies, and how come in one of the slides that we were looking at, you still are looking at over $30 million in unfunded liability? So I go back to the one of the points that I was trying to make, and I will try to make that again. Over the course of the last 10 years, the industry is moving towards adopting a lower and more pessimistic investment return assumption. So it used to be that we were only 10 years ago, and even after the POBs were issued by the district, 10 years ago, the investment return assumption was 7.25%, and it's dropped to 7 and then 6.75. So you will wonder, right? It was only reduced over this 10-year period by 0.5%. So what's the kind of the big deal behind this only 50 basis points reduction? It is a big deal because as you go back to one of the slides that Henry covered, a lion's share of the investment returns, of the benefit payments are expected to be covered by actual investment earnings. So to the extent that the market, that the actuary and the investment professionals are getting a little bit less optimistic about the market. So that means that going back to the equation that I was trying to see, so to the extent that we're not going to expect to get as much money from investment, and we know that however much the fund earns, the benefit payments going out, the expense associated with running the program, running the association will remain unchanged. So the only parameter that, or the only dial that we are allowed to touch would be, unfortunately, the investment would be the contributions. So now finally, to answer your question, to the extent that we're not as optimistic as we were only 10 years ago, so that means that we now have to increase your employer contributions and likewise for the members to pay more as well, so as to be sure that we have a healthy fund, we have enough earnings, we have actual contributions coming in to be able to make those same benefit payments and then more or less the same expense that the fund has to make in the foreseeable future. It could go the other way, but until then, unfortunately, the news is we have to increase the contributions.
Well, thank you
I
very
have
much.
one really quick.
And we
easy question.
do need to open public comment as
One
well.
easy question, I'm sure. When do you determine if there's a cost of living increase?
It's every April 1st, retirees are entitled to a
And it
cost of
takes
living.
effect in June? or-
I'm sorry, it's determined around January and February,
Oh,
but
and it
it
takes
kicked
effect
in April.
Same as mine. Yeah, I have.
So would we like to open public comment?
Sure. Open
So
for public.
Jonathan Goodwin,
There we are. Good evening, and I want to thank the folks from Cesara for coming out to share this information with us. I would have hoped for more detailed stuff about it, for instance, how their fund has gone up and down over the past few years and so forth, but it's a good beginning. I've got 3 questions. I've cut it down to 3, and I just want to state them and ask you, maybe you could take a note or 2 and respond to them. Number 1, you're saying that there's 51%, 49% retired to active employees. What's that projected to be over 10 years? Where's that projected to go? Have you studied that? Number 2, could you talk about the depooling of MOFD? Because I doubt current directors know much about that or what the effects are or anything. You maybe could say a word about that, how the district was depooled as punishment and where that's at and whatever there is to say. Third thing, there was a fire chief we hired a couple or several years ago, also from Alco. Most of our fire chiefs come from Alco for some reason. And the economy wasn't good when he was hired. So it came to salary negotiation. He said, just give me what I'm already making. And then he kicked himself because the employee contribution he had to pay to Cesara was 5% more than to us, Sarah, and therefore he gave himself a 5% decrease in salary. So my question is this a long-term trend that the employee contributions to Cesara are well above surrounding area, that of surrounding area employee retirement associations. He said he kicked himself because he knew that Contra Costa had a reputation for having the highest in the area. So I just wondered your response to that.
we have one more public comment. Go ahead.
Good evening, Jacob Barola from Contra Costa Firefighters, Local 1230. The question we had was, who determines the percentages of the employer versus employee? Similar to Jonathan Goodwin's question, how are those calculated? When is there a cap, or what is it that the employees can do or have a say, or is that negotiated, or is that determined by actuarials? Thanks.
And that concludes our public comment.
You want the responses?
Are you able to answer any of those questions at this time? Okay. Is that all right? Okay.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, at least I will answer the question on how the employee rates are calculated by state law, even though I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding of the Pepper statute is such that the members, especially those who were hired by the district after January 1 of 2013, they have to pay 1/2 of the so-called normal cost. So the normal cost is the cost to provide for the benefit for 1 more years of service. So my understanding is that there's very little flexibility or no flexibility in negotiating with the district to have the employees pay less. So unfortunately, for the members, even though the contribution rate may be going up, but even the district or the association, and they actually have their hands tied because the relationship has to say 50-50. I think for the employees who were hired before 1/1 of 2013, there could be some flexibility, although I'm want to caution the district because right now, if you ask how they set, there are 2 components to the contribution rate. There's a cost to provide for the so-called basic benefit, And there's a cost to provide for the cost of living adjustment. So we talk about the timing as to when the COLA could be applied by statute as well. The COLA contribution rates are set on the 50-50 as well. So in other words, even for the members hired before 1/1 of 2013, we call them our legacy members. The cost is divided exactly 1/2 in the middle. So my understanding is that looking at my colleagues, as I make this statement, I think they can be negotiated, but definitely they are set by statute right now, and then so and until and unless they are changed by the district, which I think you can do for the members hired before 1/1/2013. Otherwise, they will continue to be set that way and using the assumptions recommended by the actuary and approved by the board.
Okay. So the other questions will be responded to. I think the questions that Jonathan Goodwin raised.
If we can provide those to him
Okay.
directly into the board as well.
Okay, thanks. All right, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your coming.
Thank you.
And can I have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Time is 6:08. Gotta take roll and then, when we adjourn. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm just worried about the audio feedback. So that.
So, yeah, so we told, I mean, is they're gonna wait a few minutes, we're gonna do, the other.
So we have to really rule.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Then we're gonna do, the closed session. Yeah. We're gonna list the other. We are gonna list the other. Oh,
Yeah.
Vermont.
And I'm gonna start with Lisa.
Okay,
I have her on.
okay,
Okay.
all right, well, next one, I'm gonna check.
Okay, yes. I mean, unless you need to stay.
No, I don't. No. Whatever Rosewater I have to spray.
Okay, we can go ahead and
Okay, we can call the meeting to order.
the time is 6:11. We're now calling the regular meeting to order. So
We do a roll
6:11.
call.
Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Hassler.
Here.
Director Jorgens is absent. Director Romer, Director Jeck.
Here.
And so we're gonna, where you need to do Pledge of Allegiance.
We did it.
We did.
Okay, so we will move Pledge of Allegiance to when we reconvene the meeting. We're now going to open public comment on closed session items. And we have one hand raised. Jonathan Goodwin.
Hi there. I don't want to hold you up, but wasn't clear to me that Director Hassler's question was addressed about what is a safety employee. I actually looked it up on the internet and I found nothing at all. It's a funny term, but as I understand it, and the chief would know better than me, but since he didn't say anything, I'm saying this. My understanding is it refers to sworn personnel. These are people who put their lives on the line every day when they go to work, such as the chief.
And so right now, Mr. Goodwin, public comment is only on the closed session items.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, I have no comment on that. And that concludes my other comment. I just wanted, because it's a term that comes up. These people have special category pensions. That's why it's like that. That's all. Good night, or see you later.
Thank you. We do not have any more hands raised.
Okay, then we'll go into the closed session.
And the time is 6:13. So we need for everyone to mute their microphones.
Call the meeting to order. We have a roll call.
And the time is 7:16. Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Hassler,
Here.
Director Jorgens is absent. Director Romer,
Here.
President Jex.
Here. No report from the closed session in terms of any actions, and so we'll go on to item 6, public comment, items not on the agenda.
I need to pause for just one quick moment just to confirm that we have audio happening through our Zoom. Testing 1, 2. So I'm gonna allow Jonathan Goodwin to talk so I can ask him if he can hear us.
Okay.
Mr. Goodwin, can you hear us?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to place you back on mute for now.
All right, directors, I also want to report out something that as a settlement agreement that got signed between the last meeting and this meeting. So on January 18th of 2023, complaint of discrimination against the district was filed by the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing to bring a charge of employment discrimination under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The district participated in a state mediation process. A settlement was entered into effective August 28, 2023 to resolve the complaint and pay the claimant an amount of $97,500.
Thank you. Okay, any comment on any items not on the agenda?
And did we want to take any public comment on the closed session action that was taken? Mr. Goodwin, is your hand raised for comment on the closed session action?
Negative.
We do not have any public comment.
Okay, then we'll move on to item 7.
So right now we're opening public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So it's an opportunity for the public to address the board concerning any items not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. So speakers will be given an opportunity to speak on each agenda item at the time that that item is called. And Sandy Pearson, this is for. So this is, is this for items not on the agenda, or do you want to speak at?
Yeah, I'd like to speak on an agenda item at the later time.
Okay, and so what item would you like to speak on at a later time?
Or the ordinance.
Okay. Okay. And so right now we're, this is for comment on any items that are not on the agenda. And you have comment for items. Okay.
I just wanted to share with the board because I'm obsessed with brochures. And this is a life-size copy of the brochure that I was referred to. And it's hard to get from the digital copies that I sent earlier. The size of font really makes these not that useful. So regardless of the content, I think we could do better, either from the Diablo Fire Safety Council. And there's some good information in there, but if you can't read it, it's not that useful. And these are some paper copies of the Marin County Ecologically Sound Practices for Vegetation Management, which I've also been advocating that we look at it as sort of a model of something we might be able to follow. So that's, I guess my comments have to do with written information. I think I'm a good test case for somebody who's interested in learning more. What are the resources available to me? I hope this isn't the best thing we have. The beauty of having a local fire district that's just our area is that we can have materials that relate to us specifically. If you look at Diablo Fire Safe, they have some good resources, but they talk about kick foxes and they have a lot of flat land and marshland, and that's not something that relates to anything here in Orinda. So I'm sure offering to be of any help I can in developing better informational resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is off the agenda. I guess, Mr. Mark Evans, my question is, how is that not already on the agenda? That topic is exactly the agenda about wildfire safety. And I don't think it's appropriate to get additional time about a subject that is already going to be talked about. And that's the rules of this fire district's board of directors meeting. I would just like to go on record and say, I don't think that was appropriate.
So I am now checking with our virtual participants. Jonathan Goodwin.
Good evening to everyone. I hope all are well. I have three quick comments. One, I want to deeply offer deep appreciation to the Pearsons for their forking out the money for that letter from Green Fire Law to the district. I think it was a very important step forward in introducing the district to what CEQA looks like. And I speak more on that later, but I just want to emphasize my gratitude for that. I think it was a big service to the community. Second thing, pertaining to Sisera, that depuoling business, if one hair of the head of this fire district was harmed, financially speaking, by those shenanigans, the district should demand to recover those costs. If any money, to be more straightforward, if the district lost any money through that, they should demand to recover that, because, as I understand it, Sisera was found to be 100% wrong in their handling of that matter. And the last thing is, in that meeting, I heard myself say, we hired a previous fire chief. And I thought that was kind of weird that I put it that way. We, including myself in it. But I, stayed focused and made my comment. And then I realized I was actually on a panel. I realized later when I thought about it, I was on a panel, a citizen panel, with former directors, with members of the town and city councils, who basically people who had an interest in the fire district. We were on a panel, we interviewed the candidates and gave our opinions. And that was a really lovely exercise that I don't know how helpful it was to the board, honestly, but it really gave it conferred a sense of appreciation and inclusion of the community that I thought was quite valuable. My opinion. Ask these other guys what they thought. And then in contrast, the next fire chief was hired in the dark. I would ask meeting after meeting, what are you going to do about hiring a fire chief? Is there going to be a hiring process? And then at one meeting, the president of the board says, oh, I forgot to announce in closed session, we hired the new chief. There was no public participation in any way, shape, or form. And then they forgot to announce it as if, it didn't matter to tell people. It had the opposite effect. So I'm just reminiscing because I remembered that. And I wanted to convey those feelings because I feel that it's really, I just want to
That concludes our
finish
public
the
comment.
sentence. I just want to convey to directors that the support of the community is a precious commodity that you should value. And that's the end of my statement. Thank you.
We do not have any more hands raised, and we do not have any written public comment.
We'll move on to item 7.1. Any information or only reports relating to meetings attended by a director at the district expense?
None?
None? Questions or information, comments from the board members and staff?
None?
Communications received. I believe they're itemized on the following page. And I think they're posted all on the website. So we'll move directly then into the 7.4 Fire Chief's update.
Begin with the finance report, Mary Smith.
Good evening, directors. I have a brief finance report this evening. Next slide, please, Marcia. Strike team reimbursement update. Our estimated strike team receivable for fiscal year 23, the outstanding receivable is $120,217. And the estimated receivable for this fiscal year 24, is $386,154. The invoices for fiscal year 23 assignments have all been received by OES and payments are in process. Our latest check was received on September 5th. And the fiscal year 24 receivable is an estimate based on F-42s that have been received to date. Next slide, please, Marcia. Tunnel East Bay Hills financial update. The project budget for the Tunnel East Bay Hills is $6.3 million. To date, we have invoiced CAL FIRE for $475,620 and have received payment for all those invoices. Our July to August expenses that we have not yet billed to CAL FIRE are $398,821, and those will be billed September 30th. Invoices are presently being submitted to CAL FIRE quarterly until the new assistant project coordinator is hired, and then the district will change to submitting those invoices monthly. Treasury bill update. On August 27th, the district purchased a $4.5 million 30-day treasury bill with a 5.28% yield. The district now has $13.5 million invested in treasury bills. Treasury bills maturing in September are $3 million that mature on September 23rd and $4.5 million that mature on September 26th. The staff is looking at October cash flows to determine the amount of reinvestment available from the matured treasury bills in September. Next slide, please, Marcia. Other items, staff attended the CICERA board meeting on September 13th. And just a brief audit update, a draft ACFR will be available in October. That concludes my report unless there are any questions.
I have a question. Hi, this is Director Danziger. So the revenue that we make from those treasury bills, does that get a separate item in our budget? Where does that money go?
So, right, it is budgeted as investment earnings, as revenue.
So it's a line.
Yes.
Okay, next we'll have the human resources update.
Good evening, directors. Tonight, I have a brief recruitment and employment change update. So first off, the firefighter paramedic trainee, we've got three scheduled. We have three candidates scheduled to begin the final component for the background process, which is a 5-call evaluation. This will occur the first week of October. We have 3 other candidates that are continuing through the background at this time. For the fuels mitigation specialist, interviews were hosted on August 24th. We've got 2 candidates identified to move forward in the process, and they are currently going through background. And finally, the assistant project coordinator, who will be supporting the fuel break project. Will be starting this coming Monday on September 25th. And lastly, for employment changes, Shannon Hicks, our new office specialist supporting fire prevention, started on Monday, September 11th. And that, unless there are any questions, that concludes my update.
Could you tell us who the assistant project coordinator is?
Yes, her name is Jennifer Jarsky.
What's the last name?
Jarsky?
Jay? Was it Jay?
Yes, Jennifer Jarsky. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll have the fire marshal update.
Good evening, directors. For the month of August, fire prevention staff was fairly busy doing re-inspections. We have seen a little bit of a drop off in our complaints today. 54 dead tree complaints, 111 exterior hazard. Property transfers are staying steady. 326 so far this year. Initially failed 241, 85 have passed. Our reassessments, 988, 732 passed, 256 failed. That's a change from the last few months. We've seen an increase in the passing and the reassessments where our initial inspections, we saw a lot of failures. State mandated inspections have started occurring. We will be finishing up our first round of school inspections by Friday. So I'll have a report out for the next board meeting on the pass fail of those. Plan review is still keeping us busy. Current projects are there. Next slide, please, Marcia. Just wanted to go over our code enforcement violations, our counts. Again, it's the 2-foot non-combustible zone that we see leading there, and that's been consistent for quite some time. Next slide, please, Marcia. The next slide is our citations that we have for $500. The report out for those. Residential inspection map. We are starting to see a lot of the red go to green. If you remember from past months' reports, a lot of that was red. And again, that shows in the numbers from the re-inspections. So we will continue to see that change from red to green as we follow up on our inspections. Next slide, please. Directors, I wanted to real briefly go over lot splits. We've received several questions from the public and even from directors. So we'll start with Senate Bill 9. We get a lot of questions on Senate Bill 9. So Senate Bill 9 was passed during the 21-22 legislative session. It was signed into law by Governor Newsom September 16th, 2021. Senate Bill 9 changed planning law that can be found in Government Code 65,000 section. It did not change any fire law. It did not change building standards code, the California Fire Code, CCR Title 14, Board of Forestry regulations, or health and safety code as it relates to fire safety. So when a resident calls us and says, hey, I want to submit a SB 9 lot split, we educate them and say SB 9 doesn't affect how the fire district reviews. We have a process that we've had for many years in our fire code that requires a lot split subdivision to come to us for approval. Next slide, please, Marcia. So MOFD amended fire code section 105.6.27 subdivision of land. Plans shall be submitted to the fire code official and construction permit is required for all developments or improvements proposed within the district that involve the subdivision of land. So if somebody wants to subdivide a parcel or create subdivision, they have to come to us and we're going to look at it. 4 things we're really looking for at this early stage in a plan review: road standards for fire equipment, access, including road widths. That's a MOFD amendment into the fire code. Lengths of the road and turnarounds. Turnarounds are also an MOFD amendment. Standards for signs identifying streets, roads, and buildings. minimum public and private water supplies for emergency fire use, and fuel breaks, MOFD amendment and green belts are the state law. Next slide, please, Marcia. Here's an example of what's in the fire code, what we amended for turnarounds. If your driveway or your dead end road is going to be greater than 150 feet, we have to have access for the equipment to turn around. Next slide, please. So a couple things that we need to do when we receive that application for a lot split or a subdivision. First, we need to identify where the parcel is. We have kind of two sets of standards. So if it's in a state responsibility area or a very high fire hazard severity zone, we're going to need to apply our own MOFD standards, but we also have to apply the State Board of Forestry standards. We meet and exceed the State Board of Forestry in all areas except one. And I have that listed there, Title 14, Section 1273.08, dead end road lengths. So if a parcel is in a very high fire hazard severity zone or in state responsibility area, I will come to Title 14 first to make sure it conforms to the minimum state standards. After that, we apply our standards, those 4 items I listed previously. Next slide, please, Marcia. Unless there's any questions on the lot splits, directors, I will move right into
I have
the.
a question on something else that you said before.
Yes, sir.
Just curious, are we still using our plans examiner consultant, or has Steve now taken over the responsibility?
Steve's doing all the inspections and he's moving into like residential plan review. We still use WC3, our third-party consultant, for the more complex plan reviews.
And is it going to continue like that, or is it?
It will, sir, until we get Steve on board where he feels comfortable and Chief and I feel comfortable. And he's progressing. We have a program for him.
You do.
He's going through the training. We're bringing him along. We're teaching him. We don't want to throw him, basically to the wolves until, he's ready to kind of stand on his own 2 feet there.
Okay,
But
I was curious because I did hear from a member of the public that recently had interactions with him and they were very pleased with his service that they provided. So,
thank you, sir. I'm glad to hear that. We'll make
Okay.
sure he knows that. Okay, Tunnel East Bay Hills fuel break. Directors, we started work again when our project coordinator came on board. Here's a map of areas that we worked. It's kind of hard to see there, the color coding. We have it broke out for us which areas fall under East Bay Mud Habitat Conservation Plan, which parcels fall under the CAL FIRE VTP or the PSA that we had our environmental consultant write. So we started. We'll do like a operational briefing. So we started down here along Canyon Road, moved across past Val Vista, up through the trail network system, and back around towards St. Mary's. Some of the areas we did hit last year, but due to the amount of rain and regrowth, we went back in there, we widened those areas out and took the vegetation out. We call it treatments and we call it activities. So it's a treatment activity and the activities could be chipping, pile burning, removing brush, removing dead trees. So each one of those activities we have to account for and report to CAL FIRE. Next slide, please, Marcia.
Jeff,
Yes,
what's the
sir.
difference between the green and the orange?
The orange is East Bay Mud. So East Bay Mud parcels fall under 2 different environmental. We have HCP that falls under East Bay Mud's own environmental documents, their habitat conservation. Then we have East Bay Mudlands that fall under our Cal VTP that our environmental consultant wrote. So we have to track it because there's different requirements for different areas.
And just generally, what is the difference between the two? I mean, I'm seeing a lot more green. Is that watershed? I'm not really sure.
It's just ownership, sir.
Oh.
It's ownership and which environmental rules, best management practices we have to follow.
But it's all owned by East Bay Mud, right?
Some of the vast majority, sir, is East Bay Mud, but there is some of those parcels that are private owned parcels in there.
Oh, within that,
Yes.
within those. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry, could you just just point St. Mary's College, that'll help me, just,
And St. Mary's is gonna be off the picture just up
Oh.
on the top there where where that red moves up.
so that's
It's
it.
just off, so that's moving around through. Sanders Ranch is here.
Ah,
And we went around
okay.
following our fire trail network and moved up Bollinger Canyons. Right
Up there,
Yes.
okay, that red,
I need to be
Okay.
as tall as chief.
there you go,
Point that out.
yeah. Okay, good.
And is all this area been completed or this is just in process?
No, sir, this is completed.
Okay.
Next slide, please, Marcia. So here's a breakdown of what I was talking about, treatment activities and treatment acres. So to date, we've completed 537.71 acres. And here are the different treatment activities. We have grazing, we have brush removal. One of our treatment activities was 150 acres that was burned in the fuel break footprint on Painted Rock. So we count all that, and this is what I have to report out to the state, to CAL FIRE in our quarterly reports. So our project coordinator is tracking this. He's given it to me. We're making sure we put it on our GIS map. And each quarter, this goes in to show that, hey, here's what we're doing for the money that we're, our invoices.
And the grazing is goats?
These are areas, East Bay Mud and the private lands where they have cattle are running. And that's part of the reason we picked the area of the fuel break we did was to enhance the vegetation removal work that we're doing. And it's buffered by the cattle grazing. So we're adding depth to our fuel break
So it's
lines.
already existing grazing,
Yes, sir.
but you get to count it.
We get to
Okay.
count it. Yes, sir.
But it also, sir, that with grazing, especially on East Bay Mudland where they don't graze in the winter months, there are ongoing issues with encroaching brush, so decadent brush filling in those spaces, and when they get to a certain size, the cattle work around them, won't go through them. And one of the things that was proposed as part of this project was thinning that encroaching brush in accordance with the BPP requirements and the HCP. So that the cattle and the grazing when the brush is growing back, the cattle are much better at limiting its growth. And so this is done in a way to enhance the range, enhance the habitat, and make the future year grazing more effective with regard to creating that very multi-age class fuel mosaic that we're seeing.
Got it.
Next slide, please, Marcia. And I just threw in a couple pictures of areas where we've worked. I didn't have time to do a before and after. We're putting together a slide for next month where we'll have some really good before and after. But here's obviously a picture of work that was done after where the trees are limbed up. Any ladder fuels were removed. So this is a good example of what a shaded fuel break is supposed to look like. Next slide, please, Marcia. And again, more areas where the trees are limbed up, that encroaching brush, the ladder fuels were removed, creating that shaded fuel break. This is an area where if a fire was coming, we could, the operation staff would be able to, take offensive or defensive actions here. And last slide, please. And again, just looking at the fire trail and the work that was done next to the fire trail, using that fire trail. Fire trail becomes a fire break where everything, the other side of the fire trail is a shaded fuel break. And that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Great job. Thank you.
We have the virtual evacuation exercise update.
Good evening, directors. For Dennis Written with us?
He is not.
He is not, okay. The district has been working with our partners from Moraga-Orinda and Lafayette to execute a La Morinda community evacuation exercise. This builds upon the work we've done in prior years, where we exercised both virtual and actual evacuations to include contraflow traffic in late 2018 and early 2019, where we verified that mechanism was appropriate and that we could successfully move the community out rapidly. One of the primary objectives of our evacuation exercises is to build awareness of the CWS to increase signups, as we previously reported out to the board with regard to the number of residents who have signed up. We are at the highest numbers in the county. It's also an opportunity to exercise the CWS and their ability to do mass notifications. Communicating to the size of the Moraga-Orinda population is no small task and significantly exceeds the size of their day-to-day operations, which are most regularly exercised with shelter-in-place notifications associated with the refineries on a much smaller scale. One of our ongoing concerns is the ability of all parties, that'd be police, fire, CWS, and the community, to handle the scale that's associated with this. One of the outbriefs of the evacuation orders and warnings associated with Paradise found that some of those warnings did not make it through the system for hours after the fire had passed through. By exercising, we're able to stay ahead of this. So on the 30th of September at 8 a.m., Community Warning System will conduct a community-wide virtual evacuation exercise. Exercise messages will be sent to all Moraga-Orinda cities and to the community of Canyon. Residents should expect a notification from CWS via phone, text, and/or email between 8 o'clock and 9:30. And part of that is we're running an associated scenario that shows time-phased and prioritized evacuation orders, so that the idea that we don't want to tell the entire community to evacuate at the same moment, because we would end up having people who are not at risk clogging up a roadway that would preclude those who were at risk from evacuating. So the scenario includes a rollout of these things between 8 and 9:30. We encourage any residents who are not currently signed up on the community warning system to do so. A simple Google search for Contra Costa County CWS. The first hit on your favorite browser says register. And it's a very quick process. We remind folks that the antiquated systems that we use that were based, legacy systems that we're using based on copper landlines, reverse 911, there are very, very few copper landlines left in our community. The voice over IP and cell phones, we have a very hard time using those legacy systems with those new technologies. We encourage everyone to sign up your cell phone. We simply don't know where those cell phones live until you sign up. And if there are multiple cell phones in a house, every one of them should be registered with CWS to increase the probability that the message comes through. The second emergency preparedness update was.
Can I ask you a question about
Please.
the evacuation exercise? So as a resident, as someone who signed up, we're gonna get this notice that's gonna say it's a test. There's nothing we need to do, right?
It just having received it, and then at the neighborhood level or at the family level, anything that you as a family or you as a neighborhood want to do that would facilitate you leaving the community would be a good idea, short of driving away. So some neighborhoods are organizing around phone tree notifications or door knocks, et cetera, right up until the point that you start the motor and drive away. Everything short of that is a great thing to exercise. We encourage folks not to actually evacuate. Given that's a virtual exercise and there's a significant logistical tail associated with preparing streets for an evacuation.
Okay, and is there any relationship between this exercise and our and Zone Haven? So the evacuation zones, is there anything we need that the public needs to know about signing up for knowing your evacuation zone or anything like that?
It's certainly never a bad idea for residents to know what zone they're in. That said, the system isn't built based on publishing a random list of alphanumerics,
Okay.
expecting residents to understand it. Zone Haven was intended to be by and for the responders to
Okay.
facilitate communication between, in the case of a wildfire scenario, the fire authorities who understand what the fire is doing, the police authorities that have the authority to order an evacuation that resides with PD, not with fire. And then that the dispatchers and the community warning systems folks at OES had an ability to understand where the evacuation is being ordered. The fire department has the knowledge, the police department has the authority, and OES has the means. And all three of us are going to be in different places, and all three of us have a lengthy and well-documented record of reverting to job speak in an emergency, which is unintelligible to the other members of that chain.
So I'm not gonna get a message that says 025, which is my zone, evacuate.
You can get a message saying you should evacuate.
Just they're not gonna say 025. It's gonna
It
say,
may be in the message, but it's largely irrelevant. It'll say this is a test, of course, and then you are under evacuation orders or warnings, depending what you
Okay.
are. What we don't want to have is a crush of people going to cross-reference the zone. The zone that is being notified is the zone that you are registered in. That's already been deconflicted, and the messages go to the residents of that zone.
Okay.
The other emergency preparedness update on the September 8th, we conducted our first distribution of our home hardening grant programs advancement into the gutter glove material distribution. We had 65 residents came to Station 41 to pick up their material. Number 32 were registered but were unable to attend. And we have a second distribution of those who pre-registered on September 22nd and Saturday the 23rd. We are grateful for the support of all of the volunteers who staffed that up. We handed out 2,306 linear feet of this material through that first distribution, and we placed a second order for 25,300 feet to restock our supplies. We'll then revisit where we go from there. Total funds expended are bumping right up against the $100,000 purchasing threshold, so we would need to come to the board for approval for additional purchases of the gutter glove material.
Just to comment on that too. I picked up my 200 feet. Thank you. I'd like to thank Mark Evans, who's here to help organizing the volunteers. It went really smooth. And if people want to get those gutter guards, it's a really simple tool to go online and order it. There's a tool to measure your house. I did it. It probably took 5 minutes. And then it automatically gets sent in. And then following it, I presently have gutter guards, but I'm taking off the old ones and putting on these because these are better than what I've had for the last 10 years or so. And it was a very easy tool to request an authorized installer, just to let you know, I've done it. And they got back to me that same day that I put in the request. And they've already been to my house and they're going to install next week. So it was very simple. So the gutter guards themselves were free from district as part of our grant program. The installation, the cost, there is a cost involved, and it's a little bit more than I expected, but I'm not doing it myself, and they're authorized and they warranty it and everything, even though we got it from the district. So it was just for anyone who wants to do it. It's very simple process. And speaking to the rep who was there, if you're pretty handy, if you want to get up on a ladder or local, there's a local handy people who can install those for you. It's not difficult, depending on your house, how your gutters are, but it was very simple for me to pick it up and make the arrangement. And by the end of next week, I'm going to have them installed. Yeah. Thank you.
One question, is it 20,000 feet that have been? Okay.
Out the door and quickly.
Yeah, and we ordered 25,000 feet, so
Correct.
we're out, basically.
It may have actually been delivered today. There was a truck out back.
Okay.
So we moved very quickly. It's being shipped directly from the manufacturer. They've invested. We had a manufacturer's rep at the distribution. They're very interested in feedback with regard to how it's received and how well it is. Next, we'll have the operations report. County Chief Lucas Lambert.
Thank you, Chief Winokur, Board of Directors and members of the public. My name is Lucas Lambert, and I'll be giving tonight's operational report. Beginning since we spoke last at our last board meeting on August 16th, the state experienced a series of storms that moved across the state, bringing lightning strikes and further causing fires throughout our the northern area of our state. These storms produce many small fires that often burn together, making larger fires. Staff has been very busy assisting throughout our state with mass mutual aid efforts in an attempt to mitigate these fires. This slide or this picture that you see on your left is actually a picture that I sent to Chief Winokur right at around that time, and indicating, hey, we're going to be busy. We have a lot of work coming ahead of us. Next slide. MOFD firefighters provided mutual aid efforts to assist the state of California and the National Forest Service with fires in the Six Rivers National Forest, Klamath National Forest, Tahoe National Forest, and the Shasta Trinity National Forests. I'd like to draw your attention to the picture to the right, just some educational piece that was sent to me by our firefighters. This picture was an image sent to me by Captain Mike Lacey that was assigned to Engine 345 as part of the Bay Area strike team. I believe that this shows a good example of how firefighters remove vegetation to bare mineral soil. And you can see that right where the yellow hose line is. And that will not burn. After completing this hand line construction, and that's what that is, you'll see in the picture crews put the hose line to further help prevent a barrier between the burned and unburned vegetation, or as we refer to it as fuel. We can then light the vegetation towards the direction of the fire to remove the fuel between where we want it to burn and where we don't want it to burn in an effort to control the perimeter. This picture on the left is a variation in the redwoods outside of Crescent City. We've seen traveled throughout the state in many various different types of climates, structures, and vegetation. Next slide. This is another example in a different part of the state where firefighters were doing the same thing as the previous slide, but they were using pre-existing barriers such as the road that you see before you in an effort to create that anchor point and light fire between the unburned and draw it into the main body of the fire in an effort to further control the fire. Next slide. And then once again, in the Six Rivers National Forest with the picture to your left, our crews completed a very similar burn plan and efforts controlling the fires. Although we may not have experienced severe conditions in the Bay Area per se at this time, the northern state, including areas of Oregon, were often in smoked out conditions. And this picture to our right in the Klamath is an example of that. We saw that throughout the whole North State. Next slide. And here's the outcome. This is a later version of crews using man-made barriers. Again, the roadway that you see before you in an effort to anchor and hold the fire. This is the fire that was drawing into the main body of the fire. Next slide. On September 10th at approximately 2000 hours, MOFD crews assisted Contra Costa County with a structure fire that quickly spread into the adjacent vegetation in the area of Sierra Vista and Deer Hill Road in Lafayette. This image was picked up by one of the wildfire cameras along Highway 24. Crews were able to gather resources quickly between multiple agencies and provide a fast knockdown containing to the fire to the area of origin. No injuries were reported on scene and the fire is still under investigation. And again, this is an image that was captured by one of the wildfire cameras. Next slide. And then back to MOFD within our own district on Tuesday, August 22nd, MOFD firefighters responded to a vegetation fire in the area of Bear Creek Road and Wildcat Canyon Road. Crews engaged in an aggressive initial attack and were able to contain the fire to approximately 1 acre. There were no structures involved. The cause of the fire is still under investigation, and fortunately, there were no injuries reported on scene either. Next slide.
Hey, Chief,
Yes, sir.
on a fire like this, does it automatically go to other jurisdictions to come in and assist, East Bay Parks or I don't know, wherever else, Contra Costa, I mean?
Yes, it goes through a CAT or a computer automated dispatch center, and it dispatches the recommended closest units regardless of agency.
Oh.
So in this case, it was collaboration between Contra Costa Fire, of course, MOFD Fire, and this is a SRA or state responsibility area. So CAL FIRE was coming as well. Next slide. On Thursday, August 24th, at approximately 11:32 p.m. while attempting to catch up to a vehicle believed to be involved in criminal activity, an Orinda police officer collided with the Wells Fargo Bank on Moraga Way in Orinda. The officer was taken to a local hospital where he was treated and released. And that was a statement from Orinda PD. I want to emphasize that anytime that our firefighters respond to assist with one of our own or one of our partners from law enforcement, it's a difficult call for us. Fortunately, I believe that this officer will be in good hands and make a full recovery. We were happy that we were there to assist, but this is a difficult scene, obviously, for us to respond to. Next slide. All right, and last, here's a picture of Strike Team 2025 Charlie during their return from the Smith River Complex alongside Mr. Paul Bunyan and his baby blue ox. Although we have experienced a lighter than average fire season per se, I want to remind everybody, including our public, to not let your guard down. The National Weather Service has issued the following statement for the immediate fire season outlook, and it states heightened large fire potential should remain in effect across portions of the North State during the month of September due to the mix of drought, lightning, and moderately gusty dry winds. October should be warmer and drier with flammable fuel alignment of live dead fuels across the broader area of the region. And today is an example of that, where a red flag was declared, anticipating for 11 p.m. tonight in the Napa, Sonoma counties, that is expected to last through 5 p.m. tomorrow. I do have one addendum of an incident that occurred early this morning at approximately 2:30 in the morning, where crews responded to an alarm sounding at the Orinda Country Club. Upon arrival, crews experienced light smoke from the front of the building. They were able to gain access quickly inside of the building, locate what was burning, and extinguish it. A full alarm was dispatched at the request of the first on-scene company officer, and fortunately, we were able to mitigate the hazard and control the fire to the area of origin. It is under investigation. But I believe that this is a good example of a working fire system that alerted, and a remote alarm system that then alerted our dispatch in the middle of the night, and the quick response and area familiarization of our crews that were able to gain access, extinguish the fire, and mitigate the incident. This is the system that we operate in. As we all know, or many of us know, the Orinda Country Club is a complex building, and one of the fortunate jewels of this community, and we're fortunate that there was no more damage that occurred. Next slide.
That was the clubhouse.
Yes, sir. This concludes my operational report. Pending any questions? Thank you.
I would, just without going into the details of it, I would call the directors, members of the public attention to the attachment included under 7.4, which is the Painted Rock Fire Effects Observation Report, which is included. This was from our Painted Rock training / prescribed fire event a couple of weeks ago. We had some experts come out and conduct the fire effects monitoring. Their report is exhaustive and is a great stepping off point for anyone interested in learning more about prescribed fire and the beneficial effects returning fire on the landscape can have. So I would encourage folks to take a look at that if they have an interest.
So we can now open public comment for the announcements. We have one hand raised, Jonathan Goodwin.
I have a question for Chief Lambert. Can we get him back, please?
I didn't hear. Oh,
I said I have a question. Oh, there we are. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Hi, Jonathan.
Hey there. So first of all, I just want to say, partly in jest and partly seriously, I appreciate all the efforts to put out those fires up north to improve our air quality here. And honestly, you know, the efforts that the district has made, particularly under this particular fire chief, to expand the scope of experience quite significantly of the district's firefighters. So you've been with the district how long?
I believe this is my 13th year.
Yeah. When you go back 13 years when you started, my question is the rigor of the of all these deployments out to these fires, particularly over the last several years, would you say that that's had a real effect on how the district, operationally speaking, is able to respond to places, particularly, obviously, not the downtown areas, but the wooded areas and so on, in fires that, where it's safe to go in? Would you say that the scope of capacity to really well, for instance, to dig hand lines, I mean, to create hand lines, that was never done before in my, could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, I'm not, if I could ask you to elaborate, I'm not sure if I'm following the question. Does it inhibit our ability in district? Is that what you're asking?
No, the opposite. Has it expanded the district's capacity? In other words, I'm guessing, so I'll put words in your mouth. I'm guessing that operationally speaking, the district is far more capable now of dealing with these fires because of the experience you've had dealing with wildland fires in wooded areas, in grassy areas, and so on, because of all the experience. And I was just wondering if you could give any details on that or expand on that.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate that. No, I would agree. And since Chief Winiker's been here, he's not only made mention of it a number of times that we've and I'll quote him, punch above our weight. So we participate very heavily in the mass mutual aid efforts. And it does allow our firefighters to come back, bring the experience in the various different areas throughout our state and beyond, and apply them within the district. It also allows for the recognition of our agency across the state and nation, so that if and when we are faced with an incident within our own communities, we're able to collaborate, we're able to identify, and we're able to mitigate whatever that is, all risk. So all of those relationships, the experiences, and the various different areas that we travel to assist, it allows us to bring that back and apply within our district.
So I'm putting you on the spot, which I understand, but can you think, does anything come to mind in terms of either
That did conclude our 3 minutes.
Or in terms of, I don't know, some other sorts of ways? Can you give specific example of what you just said?
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm gonna answer that question quickly because Marcia's given me the 3-minute timer, and I'll follow up if you have anything else that you like. You can contact me directly. But yes, I think that some of the images that I provided in the operational update are a good example. Like I said, we've been over the last month. We've been from areas that involve redwoods to the coastal region, the interior valleys, Tahoe National Forest, Klamath, and beyond. And it is a variety of different fuel types, communities, and demographics that we're working with, and it allows us to apply here. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment for announcements. Consent agenda.
See, do we want to cover under the consent agenda the 8.5 and 6? Or is it just the 8 up to 8.4?
They're all, unless a director would desire to pull one, sir.
Okay. All right.
No, I'm good. You want a motion?
Sure.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jorgens, or he's absent, sorry. Director Romer,
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye.
And then we do need to open public comment on the consent agenda items. And we do not have any public comment.
Okay, then we can move on to 9.1.
Marcia, if you could promote me so I can present. Directors, as we get a presentation up for this item, we're going to begin with a discussion of what went into the selection of our fuel break requirements, an overview of the related, how it fits within the fire district's strategic wildfire risk reduction plan, and provide an opportunity to answer any questions that this presentation may evoke. Marcia, if you could let me share screen, please.
Excellent. So directors, as many of you have, and certainly anyone who's attended any of the many public conversations we've had about this topic, the Bay Area is not only a fire prone, but it's a fire dependent landscape. The map on the right shows historical wildfire history, and the map on the left shows the breakout for our specific area. For orientation on the map on the left, the squiggly line going from top right to bottom left is Highway 24. You see the footprint of the 1923 Berkeley Hills fire, as well as the footprints of the 1970 and 1991 fires. Not shown on here is the 1988 fire that occurred in the Lost Valley area that we previously discussed in open session. There's a list of local fires there on the right. The ones on the top are all ones that were associated with the Diablo wind event, characterized by very dry air coming out of the northeast. Typically a Diablo wind here, Santa Ana down south, or a Fern wind up north. And then we've had two significant relative to our local area, not significant in the larger scale, maritime influence events, which are the sort of a normal day, if you will, in the summer, where winds are coming from the west and they're bringing that moist air off of the ocean. Obviously in 1988, and then in 2018 on Buckingham and Moraga, where a disker hit a rock, started a fire that got some wind on it. Of note for 2018, while that did not involve any structure loss, the response was benefited from the fact that a resident had called in the disker, the dust from the disker is smoke, and the full balance of alarm was on scene when the fire started. So we're not for that fortuitous event that brought all of us there in advance of the fire ignition. That very easily could have burned the homes where it bumped the fence. As a reminder that for fire science, that in our area, wildfire is a normal and recurrent feature. This is a fire dependent landscape. There are different theories on this, but Scott Stevens from UC Berkeley, who I subscribe to, suggests a 3 to 5 year returning fire cycle before European development in this area. Those numbers are verified by tree rings in the redwood forests, where grass fires would encroach into the area. And when fire burns, it spreads via two components. There's the flaming front, or the ground component of fire, that moves in a linear manner from vegetative item to vegetative item. And then there's three-dimensional ember cast. And three-dimensional ember cast is the carrying sparks, flaming brands, embers, et cetera, carried aloft by wind that can travel up to miles in advance of the main body of fire, although the density of ember cast is significantly increased within a quarter mile of the flaming front. And when those embers land in a receptive fuel bed, they can start new fires. They can rapidly grow into large fires in their own right. One of the examples we listed above was from 2019, where a fire burning in Benicia, a flaming ember flew across the Carquinez Strait over the town of Crockett, landed in the vicinity of the Cummings Skyway, ignited a separate fire that burned several hundred acres and threatened homes. And when we go to model wildfire spread, specifically the ground component, and there is a Monte Carlo simulation that can be done to include ember casts within modeling, but that's really challenging because you need to model the fuel bed that created the embers, you need to model the winds that carried those embers aloft, and you need to model where those embers will be deposited out of the wind. And then you need to model whether or not there was a receptive fuel bed at that location, whether that fuel bed had horizontal and vertical continuity to surrounding fuel beds. There are a number of variables there, which is why Monte Carlo simulation is used for ember production. But when we model wildfire and when we look at the outputs, we're looking at the inputs of topography, weather, and fuel. And topography is unchanging or unchangeable. Weather is changing, is very dynamic, but within the near term, as in the next several years, we can look at historical weather patterns to get a sense of what's a worst case scenario. Now, the frequency of those worst case scenarios is very variable. As an example, last year we had no red flag events. This year we haven't had any yet, but we are likely in the remaining 6 to 8 weeks or so of fire season that we have ahead of us. And in years such as 2017, we had some of the largest fires in state history burned in December. So there's a great degree of variability about timing of weather, but what is well understood is what an extreme weather event looks like. And that is good for several years in advance. We're going to a hotter, drier future. I think that's a statement of fact, but it will take time and it's incremental change. So our current understanding of worst case scenario weather is very applicable. And with regard to fuel, in this case, we're primarily talking about vegetative fuel, but there are circumstances under which structures can become the fuel most likely to carry the fire. And that's that point of transition from vegetative fire to structure fire, and then from structure to structure and urban conflagration. Models fall apart at that point and are not in the current environment capable of modeling
fire spread with structures as the primary fuel carrying the fire. So we're primarily talking about vegetative fuel. And there we're talking about the loading. So that's tons per acre. In the technical memo that is attached to the staff report, there's discussion about the various fuel loads associated with fuel types in our area. And the next is configuration. Grass is a great example. Uncut tall grass greater than 3 feet, which is fuel model 3, has the same tons per acre as cut grass that is lying flat, but it does not have the same burning characteristics if the surface area is changed. It does not have the same access to the oxygen it needs to complete the fire triangle. So the configuration is relevant to the fuel model in addition to the loading. And the last thing is a combination of live and dead fuel moisture levels, which is a combination of the moisture that's present in live and dead fuels, and then the size class specific to dead fuels, and the amount of time it takes that size class to equalize with the ambient environment. Those are generally classified by hours, from 1 hour to 10,000 hour fuels, and it speaks to how quickly they equalize. In the case of grass, which is a 1 hour fuel or a light flashy fuel, it equalizes with the ambient environment within 1 hour. So in our case, our large grass covered slopes are not available as fuel within 1 hour of fog coming in, because the moisture of extinction for grass is 12%. And if that grass has absorbed enough moisture from the surrounding environment, this is dead grass, mind you, live grass is a different category. But if that dead grass has absorbed enough moisture from the ambient environment that has exceeded 12% dead fuel moisture, it is no longer available to burn. So it can still be there, and it can still have the same configuration, but because the moisture levels have changed, it is no longer available to burn. So all of these elements are highly variable, and they really suggest that if one is going to conduct highly detailed and site-specific modeling, you need to have all of this information readily available and the ability to update it over time. As an example of what the environment here looked like, once upon a time, here's a picture of historic Orinda. I would draw your attention to the hills in the background, where you'll note the absence of brush, the absence of large trees, other than the occasional scattered oak down in the riparian areas. This is a classic oak savanna, dominated by light flashy fuels that historically were managed by nature in equilibrium through regular and recurrent fire, then were managed through grazing. And with the exclusion of fire and the cessation of grazing activities, the construction of homes and the planting of non-native plants, as well as the unconstrained growth of plants that previously would have been contained and managed through wildfire, we have transitioned from this with the environment in or close to its natural equilibrium to what it looks like today. I'm not going to insult anybody with putting up a picture of what it looks like today, but I think everyone knows it doesn't look like that anymore. So to that point, what's the environment we're in here, and what are the things that inhabit it? It's a little hard to read here, but this is the Federal Register from December 5th, 1997, which was when the Alameda whipsnake was declared a federally protected species. When Jeff was talking about the HCP, the Habitat Conservation Plan that's in effect on East Bay mudlands, that's largely driven by the need to protect the habitat for the Alameda whipsnake. And I'll read from this, from the Federal Register, and it says, this snake and its associated habitat are threatened by fire suppression and related wildfire problems associated with lack of fuel reduction, urban development, genetic isolation, and excessive livestock grazing. So one of the challenges that the whipsnake has is that when we get to the examples that are given, is the encroaching of thick concentrations of mature brush, of closed canopies, of other things of an environment that's not being managed either by recurring fire or by active management. These have a negative impact on one of the protected species whose habitat makes up a large portion of our district. And so this is just an example of how fire safety and environmental conditions are often hand in hand, and that the measures that we are seeking with regard to reducing the fuel loading and the fuel configuration that would support high intensity, rapidly spreading fire, not only is it a negative outcome for the habitat if there is a destructive fire, but the exclusion of fire creates second and third order effects if not filled with something else, in this case, active management of the landscape, in order to reduce tall shaded stands of vegetation and providing a mosaic. And the key here is providing a varied fuel mosaic that's beneficial for fire, that's beneficial for habitat as well. Next, we have an example of fire modeling. There was a lot of discussion about fire modeling and how we view the landscape. This shows a fire start on the south side of Bear Creek Road in vicinity of the Orinda Downs, specifically just downslope from the end of Orinda View on the very north end of town. This is using 81-degree temps, 4% humidity, and 20-mile-an-hour winds out of the north. The winds and the temp are relatively mild, but the humidity is on the very low end of the range. And we see by hour how fire is likely to spread across the landscape. And you'll note that the fire is not moving in a contiguous manner. There's splotches out ahead. That's indicative of long-range spotting on a wind-driven fire. And as those embers find receptive fuel beds, they spread some more. This was some early modeling we did as part of the North Orinda Shaded Fuel Break to get a sense of what work the fuel break would do. This is right along the footprint of the North Orinda Shaded Fuel Break, and to get a sense of the need for additional fuel mitigation measures downstream of the fuel break within the community, so that if we had to start to jump the line, which is likely in a wind-driven fire, what would be the benefits when fire became established in the community, and how could we segment the continuous nature of fuel loading so that we would have an opportunity to contain this fire before it transitioned into structures. Here's another example, fuel modeling using 24 mile-an-hour winds at 17% RH out of the northeast. So a little bit more wind, a little higher RH coming out of the Lafayette Reservoir. Once again, we see very quickly the model shows the fire going into spotting, because there's a lot of things that break up the contiguous natures of fuels in that area, to include the school with a very large parking lot play area and some other areas that don't lend themselves to rapid fire spread. And despite the fact that there's a lot of good work that's been done right up along the perimeter of Lafayette Reservoir by East Bay Mud and by the residents who live there, once that fire got established and embers started to be carried aloft by the prevailing winds, there's potential for very rapid spread if the fire is not contained every time it lands, if it's not boxed in when the fire hits the ground, if you will. So the wildfire modeling that we use there and in other work, it's all based on semi-empirical mathematical models. There's a little bit of deviation here of late, but generally speaking, this all comes from Rothermell's 1972 work, which was digitized by Finney in 1997 with Farsight, which was the first digital wildfire spread model. Generally speaking, they can run on 5-meter fuel data. That said, there are some work, specifically the folks down at UC San Diego who have a supercomputer are using lower resolution model, but the computing power goes up dramatically. As an example, the CAP models that are being run for reinsurance pricing use a 90-meter model, so a very, very coarse view of the landscape. And they require up to 6 months of computing power to run the model at a landscape scale. So there's some real limitations as far as computing data and the availability of fuel data. The next one has to do with what fuel model you're running on it. The standard that everyone has been using for quite some time to include the recently released CAL FIRE hazard severity zone maps in LRA and the pending, in SRA and the pending LRA maps, which we anticipate seeing sometime next year. That's all running on 2014 land fire data at 30-meter resolution with 2019 SALO data for derived from planets, satellites having to do with tree coverage, and even that's missing some subdivision. So the current state of the art is 2014. In July of this year, a 2020 update was released, and that's still being rectified. So generally speaking, fuel data is going to have a multi-year lag as far as what's available. And at 30-meter resolution, which the land fire is, as an example, Orinda View with 14 homes on that does not show up on land fire because there's too much canopy cover and the trees are too distributed. So in a 30-meter or 90-foot pixel, those homes are classified as a montane forest because you can't see them. So work done at the micro scale will not show up in 30-meter data. And there are some limitations on what can be modeled because there are limitations on understanding what's on the ground at scale with an annual update, because depending on the fuel model, say in grass, there is no residual value on that work in a subsequent year because it has grown back. East Bay Regional Park District is the lead fiscal agent on a state grant that we're collaborating with that is producing a fine scale vegetative fuel mapping project for Contra Costa and Alameda County. The only part that's currently been released is the 20-meter ladder fuel, which is from 1 meter to 4 meters. So the model starts 3 feet from the ground and goes to 12 feet. That's the only output that's been released so far from that project. It's continuing. They're doing a great job, but this stuff is relatively complex and slow going. It'll be several more years before that fuel data will be available, at which point, obviously, it'll be a little more dated. There's the collection map. Purple is, we're primarily in the purple area. We have a little bit of that orange down past Canyon there. That's all collected in 2019 and 2022, and will be several years before we'll be able to run models against this fuel layer. So this brings us to the question of what MOFD is doing and how we see all of these efforts to include our fuel break ordinances as part of the overarching strategy. This was published in 2019. This still guides our work and continues to inform our priorities. So we've continued to work on external fuel projects, specifically the North Orinda Shaded Fuel Break, the Tunnel Fuel Break, and the Pinehurst Fuel Break that was completed. The East Bay Tunnel remains underway. We continue to encourage internal fuel mitigation projects to include fuel breaks to create defensible space around homes and to reduce the fuel loading in the large parcels that have areas beyond 100 feet from homes, typically those parcels that are greater than 1 acre. We continue our ongoing efforts to be prepared for a wildfire through pre-planning. Part of that is our participation in Master Mutual Aid throughout the state, where we are creating and qualifying members who have the experience and the state qualification to act in higher level operational roles, such as a division supervisor. We currently have 3, one of whom is a captain, which is essentially unheard of in that space for local government. Ensuring that our pre-plans are prepared. So as I've spoken to the board about in the past, in the event of a large scale wildfire, we are going to have hundreds of fire engines here very quickly. And it's the organization and the effective employment of those firefighters and the conditions we have set in advance that will be the difference between a large scale fire and a fire that reduces the damage. To Lucas's point from his report, when lines are prepared, when positions are, when firefighters know they can take a stand and there are local folks who can guide them to those places, we are far more likely to have a positive outcome. We continue to carry out our evacuation planning. Obviously, Zone Haven was an output of that, as well as things such as the upcoming evacuation exercise in partnership with the police department from Lafayette, Moraga-Orinda, understanding that all of these are interrelated, as well as Caltrans and CHP. We continue to push progressive updates to the building code, the most significant of this being the Wooey Fire Area adoption that the board approved several years ago that applies ember-resistant construction to new buildings and to major remodels throughout larger elements of the community, and the adoption of the very progressive exterior under eave sprinkler requirement for buildings that are otherwise required to have NFPA 13D sprinkler systems. Taken together, all of those start to create a hardened community where we are less likely to experience rapidly spreading fire, and we are more likely to have evacuated our residents in advance. We continue our extensive and ongoing community outreach and education process, although from the comments received, we can always do more, and we're committed to continuing those efforts. And then lastly, we've done quite a bit of development with early detection and notification that primarily rests now with the alert wildfire camera system that we use and is integrated within our computer-aided dispatch Luke was talking about earlier. As part of that outreach and education during 2020 to 21, we went through a community wildfire protection plan adoption process that was approved in April of 21, and that is published as an appendix to the Contra Costa County CWPP that does not have area specific details since it was a countywide. Our CWPP includes in section 5 detailed recommendations for fuel mitigation. At that time, those elements were included as section 325.6.3 of the fire code. Were subsequently moved out of the fire code at the behest of the East Bay Regional Park District. For external fuel breaks, these are our 2, the large ones are shown. The Pinehurst is a smaller one that fills in the gaps between these. North Orinda Shaded Fuel Break shown on the top, moved from Aquilani's High School up to Inspiration Point and then out Nimitz Way, essentially to create a buffer against the north end of the district. That was carried out on a combination of East Bay Parks, East Bay Mud, and a small amount of private land, as well as the Orinda School District had some land. The Tunnel East Bay Hills Fuel Break is intended to pick up where the North Orinda Shaded Fuel Break left off and brings it around from Cal Shakes all the way around to Sky High to essentially complete a line, if you will, of modified fuels around the fire district. It was pointed out, and I take pride of authorship of it, that I've recently opined on the efficacy of fuel breaks, and the timing of that, obviously, with proposed ordinance is interesting to say the least. I think there's a really important distinction to be drawn between exterior fuel breaks such as these that are created in open spaces around a community at that transition of vegetative fuels as the only fuel capable of fire into the wildland urban interface or intermix, where we see the vegetation to structure and potentially structure to structural pathway establish themselves. In these settings, fuel breaks are far from ideal. And were we to do this again, we would be advocating for something more nuanced, using the splats concept or something else. There are real constraints with the way state funding is distributed that that gives preferential treatment to fuel breaks. And I don't know that these projects would have been approved were they proposed as splats instead of a linear fuel break. That said, a splats concept, which is outlined in my recent guest article on that topic, to institute splats, you need a lot of space. You need space, you need experts, and you need a multi-year plan that involves rotating treatments throughout the area to create that varied fuel mosaic. That's what East Bay Parks is doing, and that's what East Bay Mud is doing. In the case of East Bay Parks, that's been enshrined in a modification that they requested and we were approved. East Bay Parks has a plan. That plan has now been reviewed and vetted and approved by the fire district as the agency having jurisdiction. And essentially, from our perspective, that issue is resolved. I spoke with East Bay Mud this morning. We anticipate receiving their request for modification shortly, which I believe, I don't want to speak for them, but I believe will allay their concerns about our fuel break ordinance, because they have an HCP, they have a fire plan that was signed in 2000, they have professional staff, they have a management plan for their lands. We are not opposed to things such as that, where more nuance and subtlety can be applied, being approved via the modifications process. And we have a very high approval rate for those, particularly when it comes to plans that are thought through, where the landowner or land manager has both the space, the resources, and the commitment to creating a more nuanced plan. Fuel breaks are one size fits all. That is a true statement. Fuel breaks are also a starting point of the conversation for those who have the appropriate space in order to create alternate means and measures to achieve the same practical effect. The same practical effect for our purposes is not 100 feet fuel modified space. It is a landscape that is not predisposed or capable of supporting fast moving, high intensity fire. If we can arrive at that same outcome, which mimics the natural state, we are in violent support of that plan and eager to work with folks who have the interest and the ability to do so. So to my point about internal fuel breaks, we did a deep dive on the fuel breaks back in 1999. The fire district was formed in August of 1997. These, we assume, were included in the fire code prior to that date. We just don't have records going back, because prior to the formation of MOFD, the dependent special district of Orinda and the independent special district of Moraga, their files were shipped off as part of a brief consolidation with county fire, and we don't have those records anymore. But going back to 99, fuel breaks in some shape or form have been included in the fire code. In 2022, we removed fuel breaks from the fire code, as well as defensible space, based on concerns raised by the East Bay Regional Park District that the fire code is a subset of the building standards code, and the building standards code does not apply beyond the exterior wall of the building, and therefore is inappropriate to have vegetation management in that document. That was further supported by Greg Anderson from the Office of State Fire Marshal, who made comments in a Building Standards Commission meeting. So to be responsive to that concern, in 2022, we moved these items out of the fire code into ordinances, which were adopted on first and second reading by the board. I previously discussed why I think internal fuel breaks are distinct from external fuel breaks. This is a space where the WUI fire problem and WUI fire study and science and so forth is moved so fast that we just don't have the vocabulary to provide the distinction on things that are with this sort of subtlety yet. We regularly hear people refer to fire breaks, which is bare mineral soil, something the fire district does not require and does not endorse due to the impacts on sedimentation of surface waters and potential for runoff. But we regularly hear these terms being used interchangeably. And this is a case where I think there will be quite a bit of benefit of having an additional distinction so that internal fuel breaks are viewed as something like enhanced defensible space, which is how LA City views it, with a 200-foot defensible space requirement. There's more work to be done here to get the naming convention right. But from my perspective, an internal fuel break inside a developed area such as Moraga-Orinda Canyon, and Bollinger is fundamentally different than external fuel breaks in the surrounding parklands and watershed. Internal fuel breaks are also very helpful in places where we have structures located within 100 feet of a property line. State law says that structures should have 100 feet of defensible property line unless, 100 feet of defensible space surrounding every structure, or to a property line, whichever is closer. The property line element of that has nothing to do with fire signs. That has to do with private property rights, et cetera. And so when we separate
fire science we separate our requirements from fire science and we focus on property lines. A wildfire is wildly disinterested in jurisdiction or ownership. The wildfire will spread where there are contiguous fuels. So creating internal fuel breaks not only enhances defensible space, but it creates a varied fuel mosaic that we believe is beneficial from an environmental standpoint, as outlined in the Federal Register, elements associated with the whip snake, and also more closely mimics the natural environment. It's also worth noting that there's been quite a bit of discussion about why this new ordinance and why is it moving forward so quickly and why is there so little public comment. I would note that our previous ordinance 2304 was adopted with public comment and drew largely from 2203, which had been in place from the prior year, which drew largely from 2001, which was adoption of the 2019 fire code. So there's a continuity here. And from a practical standpoint, there are two things in 2308 that are different than 2304. One, it allows for the retention of non-irrigated brush within fuel break spaces, providing that certain separation requirements are met. And it specifically lifts the fuel break requirements. It's a small number of parcels, but there are some parcels that are not in or adjacent to a community at risk, as designated by the state of California in 2003 and 2008. Or a parcel that has or is adjacent to a habitable structure. This is a very small change. It primarily applies to East Bay Mud and East Bay Parks, whose issues are largely being addressed through modification. So from staff's perspective, and I certainly concede to the volume of correspondence received and the number of people who are here tonight, that this view may not be shared. But from staff's perspective, this ordinance was simply providing an opportunity to put more robust CEQA statements, asserting the categorical exemption from CEQA for a number of reasons, and to make a very minor adjustment that was less restrictive. It's worth noting that our enforcement of 2304 was suspended due to threatened litigation in early August, which was why there was the urgency to move forward with the proposed update in a more rapid manner than supported extensive community outreach. Were it not for the suspension of 2304 due to the pending litigation, if we were making updates to this, it would be a much more fulsome community engagement. It would be drawn out over a longer period of time. But from a staff perspective, the changes were immaterial with regard to the requirements that it faced on the residents would face and the potential impacts compliance with this ordinance throughout the field that the fire district would have on the natural environment and on folks' work. Just as a quick point out, defensible space, this is work done within 100 feet of a house or within about 10 feet of a roadside. Just like the 2304 with fuel breaks, defensible space was moved out of the fire code in 2022, currently lives in ordinance 2303 and is separate, distinct from ordinance 2308. Of note, the only time that combustive ground cover is banned is within 2 feet of a structure, as referenced by 2303, and the reference to hazardous vegetation being banned within a fuel break, which includes mulch and bark, that has to do with, per the state forestry guidelines, that has to do with mulch or bark that's accumulated greater than 4 inches. So spread mulch or bark is not a violation of code or ordinance anywhere but 2 feet from a structure. It would be a large pile or large mound, which we sometimes see from either dumping or from a chipper operator who's not paying attention and built a very large mound. A large mound of mulch is inconsistent with both environmental protections and with fire safety. And then lastly, as I mentioned, the fire district requires ember resistant construction under 7A or R337 in the residential construction code. Through the WUI fire area designation that the board passed several years ago, this expands the requirement for ember resistant construction. MOFD also continues our home hardening grant program as previously discussed with gutter guards and vents. And then just as a reminder from the staff report I delivered in April of 2022 to the board, NIST technical note 2205 really identifies 3 elements that are common to all from structure loss. And it has to do with what type of construction is used, which we address through ember resistant construction for new homes. However, we cannot require retrofits of existing homes. It has to do with the fire's intensity and its duration, which is derived from topography, fuel, and weather, and then with ember exposures. And to mitigate against those, you really have 2 choices. On the left side there, you have the idea of a dial you can turn up to reduce the exposure by removing fuels, reducing fuels, or relocating or reconfiguring fuels. And on the right has to do with structure hardening.
So the example that the author of that report gives is that if we all built our homes as concrete bunkers, the example on the right, we would need to do no fire safety stuff. Or if our landscape was nothing but gravel or bare metal soil, we would do nothing to harden the homes. But it's a combination of the two of those. And in the case of a mature built out community such as ours, there are very real limitations on what we can do on the hardening structure side. We can only do voluntary measures and only do the small number of homes that are rebuilt or new construction are the only times that we can apply more restrictive building codes and ember resistant standards for structures. So that most of our wildfire risk reduction as a community needs to occur on the reducing the exposure side of that equation by reducing fuels, removing fuels, relocating or reconfiguring them. And that's why we believe this ordinance is critical to the district's fire safety and our ability to survive the inevitable contact with a wildfire. I have just put up here as a very brief example of the elements that are changed in proposed ordinance 2308 versus 2304. They're highlighted. Item C, this is from section 4. Item C is that non-irrigated brush can be retained as long as there are separations as outlined in A, B, and C there, and that under trees at the bottom, this has always been our practice, but we included it based on concerns that were voiced that it wasn't clearly articulated. The trees less than 15 feet will be trimmed 1/3 of the height of the tree, which gives it time to grow. And when it exceeds 15 feet, then it would revert to the state standard of 6 feet of clearance from the lowest portion of the foliage to ground or ground fuels. But as I mentioned before, from a staff perspective, the changes were minor and were less restrictive than what we've been enforcing for the last several years. In response to concerns about making sure information was available to residents, we've got the following items have been posted on our website. The first is a resident's guide.
You need to pause share and do a new share. All right.
Stand by. All right, the first is a residential guide to environmental best practices for wildfire risk reduction. This maps very closely to the document that was shared from Marin County. And you open it up, it includes, starting on page 147, there are maps showing presence of federally recognized protected species and habitats throughout the county. This was produced by the Diablo Fire Safe Council and is specific to the biome that we have here, not only in the county, but in the fire district specifically. We also produced a frequently asked questions document there was a lot of questions about modifications. So there's now a list of frequently asked questions. This was derived specifically from mail we've received, as well as from the themes we saw as we went through the list of modifications. Under habitat for wild animals, we spoke with Fish and Wildlife. They asked that we include this email address and their phone number for any residents who have a question about habitat, riparian, or any other questions having to do with environmental sensitivity. And then below is a equal discussion or a related discussion associated with riparian areas and creeks. We found as we went through the list here, riparian areas are poorly understood. There was also going through the list of modifications. It was clear that it was not the folks were having a hard time understanding what to do. So there's a new modification extension request form. Down below, there's the actual form itself that's linked. This is much more interactive than the old form, and it walks residents through the various elements and gives, depending on which dropdown they select, and in this case, it would be the dropdown for fuel break modification, extension, or request. It takes them directly to a series of questions that derive from the FAQs, such as, do you believe you were issued this in error because someone else owns or controls? We see a lot of that with roadside stuff, where either the city or the town owns or controls the roadside, or the resident believes they own or control. That's obviously parcel by parcel. There's some distinction there. There's discussion about if you just want an extension, how long? It makes it much easier to break those out. If you want a modification, what's the nature of modification? If you have presence of habitat, there's an opportunity to submit the documents. We've also added more robust elements, more robust language as referenced in the staff report and in the proposed ordinance. In addition to the CEQA elements, more robust information pointing residents to environmentally sensitive ways in which they can carry out work. I will hold there and be happy to answer any questions from the board or members of the public.
Hey, Chief, right now on the modification form, somebody fills that out. Where does it go to?
So it gets,
Yeah.
so Shannon, our new ops aide runs through it, gets it sorted out, our ops specialist, make sure everything's correct there. Usually, at least in the current environment, that usually involves a phone call to ensure that we've got the right information properly processed. If it's a simple one, such as an extension of time that I was out of town for the summer, I need another 30 days. There's a lot of those. She hits approved and there's nothing to it. If it's more complex, more technical, it goes to Jeff. And he runs through it, and that usually starts to involve a site visit to make sure we understand what they have and what they're asking for, help them craft a plan.
And previously, there was not a form like that?
There was a form, but it was much more general in nature. And from our perspective, obviously being much closer to this issue, it's very simple because there's only a couple of things that equal a request for a modification. So we broke those out to help guide folks. There's an example of I'm requesting a modification due to soil instability, riparian habitat. So walking folks onto the list of the most, and then other, of course. But the vast majority of the ones we've seen are for one of those three categories. So we broke those out to help organize the data and walk folks on to a well-formulated submission to save them time and reduce our burden of processing.
And one of the FAQs address modifications?
Yes, in fact, the top of the modifications things is please read the FAQs first.
Okay.
And it walks through what a modification is, how that's different from an extension, and how it's different from a exemption. So there's an extension is technically a modification, but a modification with regard to time, modification with regard to how you do it, and then an exemption would be an item that would be brought before the board as a hearing where the resident could explain why they didn't believe that this ordinance should apply to them, which would be a board matter.
Any other
I
questions?
pulled up the modification form a couple of weeks ago after we had a lot of discussion on the feedback that we've gotten from the community and the importance of working with folks who are asking for modifications. And it was remarkable to me how easy it would be to fill out that modification form. It seems to me that I could have done it in about a minute or less. On the other hand, if I needed to write an extensive request for modification, the form appeared to do that as well. So I just want to congratulate the chief and his staff on your ongoing efforts to deal with these issues in the aggressive and the fast-moving manner that we really need to do, but also to work with the motivated members of our community and to educate them. And I think the modification form is a wonderful step in this ongoing process.
And if I could, recognize Ruben Cruz to go ahead.
Yeah, so Ruben Cruz is going to address in particular the secret. Sorry about that. So Ruben Cruz is on the line from my office, and he is going to address some of the more technical aspects of the legislation and how it relates specifically to CEQA. No, we're not at, Ruben is part of it. So we're not there. Ruben, are you?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Ruben Cruz, Rooney Public Law Group. I know no one wants to hear a lawyer talk for a long time, so I will be brief. As has been noted by the chief, ordinance is not entirely new. There was a similar ordinance adopted in February of 2023. But due to the threat of litigation, it was suspended. And since that time, staff have been working to address potential concerns about the application of the ordinance and including clarifying the modification process and criteria and to address any possible environmental concerns. In that regard, staff consulted with an environmental consulting team, which includes biologists and other experts who specialize in evaluation of the environmental impacts of all types of projects. The district also retains specialized counsel in the California Environmental Quality Act, known as CEQA, to confirm that the project is eligible for the CEQA exemptions that are asserted in the ordinance and the findings stated there, and also to advise on what information is necessary to support those conclusions. Staff, in consultation with this expert team, has reviewed the comments on the proposed ordinance, most of which relate to either the potential for unforeseen environmental consequences or uncertainty about the process for obtaining a modification. And based on this team effort, it has been concluded that all potential environmental concerns have been adequately addressed in the ordinance, and the ordinance does fall within the referenced CEQA exemptions. I understand that there were some concerns raised in comments about whether or not some of the costs for complying with the ordinance would qualify as either a tax or a taking. The costs associated with complying with Ordinance 23-08 do not meet the legal definition of a tax, because a tax is limited to charges that are payable to or for the benefit of a local government. The costs of compliance are not charges made payable to the district and are not the equivalent of charges made payable to the district. Secondly, it also does not meet the legal definition of a taking. It's a very complex issue, but basically there's a number of factors that look at that. But one important factor that is considered in evaluating taking is the character of the governmental action. And in that regard, this ordinance represents regulations to protect the public health and safety, which is the type of action that does not generally qualify as a taking. And as explained in the ordinance, uncontrolled wildfire causes significant environmental impacts in the district. These impacts in turn can damage and sometimes destroy local natural resources. And this ordinance is intended to minimize structure fires and wildfire that lead to environmental and natural resources impacts. And that concludes my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have one question. Ruben, could you just explain what a class 7 or class 8 exemption is, and does this ordinance qualify?
Certainly. What's proposed in the ordinance are actually 3 types of exemptions. There's a statutory exemption. There are, as you referenced, the class 7 and class 8 categorical exemptions. And there's also the common sense exemption, which applies with the general understanding that CEQA only applies to projects which have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. Starting with the question that you raised concerning the categorical exemptions, which are class 7 and class 8, those are actions that are taken by regulatory agencies, such as this board, as authorized by state law or local ordinance, to assure the maintenance, restoration, or enhancement of a natural resource or the environment, where this regulatory process involves procedures for protection of the environment. Long way of saying this ordinance is something that's designed to assure the maintenance, restoration, or enhancement of the environment and natural resources. And that's why it's exempt from CEQA. The ordinance contains numerous findings that establish that fact. And it concludes with the statements that reducing the severity of wildfire through the ordinance would reduce the significant environmental impacts caused by uncontrolled wildfire and assure the maintenance, restoration, enhancement, and protection of the fire district's natural resources and environment. I'm happy to provide further information if you like, but that's it. In summary, that's what the class 7 and class 8 categorical exemptions refer to.
Yeah, that's helpful to me. And also, just, I guess, generally speaking, is this ordinance that we're proposing here similar to other ordinances that other jurisdictions have in the state?
Yes, that's my understanding. And Chief Winokur may have a better handle on that than I, being closer to that. But I do understand that these are very similar to it, and the process that is laid out in this ordinance, as far as addressing exemptions to the modification process, is very similar to what the state does in the state fire safe regulations, because they provide a procedure where persons that are impacted by those fire safe regulations, including the field break requirements, can request an exception to address any potential environmental conditions.
Any other? Okay, then we'll invite the public to make statements or comments or?
And so before we go to our in-person and virtual participants, I'll go ahead and list the written public comments that we've received.
Okay,
So before 3 p.m. today, and these are published on our website, we received 16 public comments. Sandy Pearson, Sandy Pearson, Sandy Pearson, Greenfire Law, Kalapana Rivanaryanan. I apologize, I'm sure I pronounced that wrong. Jonathan Goodwin, East Bay Municipal Utility District, Suzanne Jones, Judy Wellens, Bob Finch from Wilder Homeowners Association. Mr. Finch added additional public comments and after 3 o'clock in response to a correspondence between Chief Winokur. His additional comments. He states this: your comments are enlightening and point up to the need for slowing down the approval process. For example, there appear to be inconsistencies in the proposed ordinance, including as far as grasses are concerned. At one point, it is stated that all grasses must be kept to 3 feet or less height by June 1, but there are other references to seasonal and recurrent grasses requiring removal. Also, while you say that the new amendment is less restrictive, there is a provision, for example, that rather than various 2 feet, 5 feet, and other zones that apply to residential parcels of any size that we all have been dealing with, the entirety of a 1 acre or less parcel requires removal from all bark and mulch. As to trees, there's an exemption for scenic trees, but I've not seen the definition of this. My point, not to take issue with any particular provision, my point was, and in light of your reply and the above, is that there is a serious need to slow the process down in order that residents within the affected areas have an opportunity to seek clarification and provide comments.
okay, so you're going to do the,
We have additional. Daniel Burrows submitted comment, Jonathan Goodwin, Sandy Pearson, anonymous, there was no name to the submission. The city of Orinda and Sheeta Illy. And then Mark Evans also submitted public comment. He is here this evening, so he will address his written public comment. But he did submit this written public comment to the City of Orinda City Council on September 19th as well. And speaks of the requirements of the ordinance and its intention to make the community safer from wildfire. And so we'll go ahead and have our in-person.
in person.
And we'll begin with Sandy Pearson.
Hello. It occurs to me that this is democracy and it's kind of messy, but I'm impressed with how many people are wanting to participate. And I think it's important to give them an avenue to do that. Sorry, I wrote you so many letters this week. Does anyone have any questions about something I may have brought up? Well, I phrased the last one as a series of questions. I don't think very many of them have been answered, but I hope that will happen in the future. My other comment is that the perimeter fuel break, I don't think is common in other jurisdictions. I called over to Marin County and spoke to somebody in the fire district over there, and they had never heard of such a thing. Over in that area, they are starting from the house out, and they begin with an area closest to the house and work outward. I think we're kind of in different territory here. I think it's environmentally destructive and possibly not that effective. So that's why I've opposed it. I think my comments are extensive and speak for themselves. So thank you for considering them.
Sandy, if I could, just one point, Marin County, I was on a presentation yesterday where they said they're creating defensible space 300 feet from homes, working from the house out, which in most cases, I would argue is will result in more disruption than a combination of a 100-foot fuel break plus defensible space. But their standard is 300 feet for the work they're doing in Novato and the greater Ross shaded fuel break.
Well, I couldn't comment without knowing what their requirement in that space is.
Certainly.
Our next public speaker, City of Orinda, Mayor Miller.
Good evening, Honorable Chair Jex and board members. I'm Inga Miller from the City of Orinda, the mayor this year. And we provided some written comments that were mentioned. And just come here in the spirit of cooperation and hoping to work with you on this ordinance. As was mentioned by the chief, until last year, the ordinance was part of the building code, and so or the fire code, and so that was something that came to the cities, and there was a public process that was part of that, and so it was much more visible to residents. And this year there was a change, and so in February's been mentioned a lot. I did come out and I said, I was concerned about this brush, this definition, this new thing, that the unirrigated brush and the hillsides. And as time has gone by, more people have come to understand these requirements, and then this changed ordinance. And there's just been a real interest of people to get involved and understand what's being asked, which is, of course, what all of us want. We want everyone to be involved and doing this work as community partners. And so we want to engage that and make this easy. Really happy to hear about the things that the chief has unveiled. Those are things that we were asking for that weren't available yesterday. At the time we met with our city manager, he'd been waiting for those, the template and the other things. So I think there might be some communication also that can be better, because it sounds like that board member Romer had those a couple of weeks ago, but we, for whatever reason, word didn't reach us that those were available yet. So I'm really not able to comment about all of these other developments and information pieces because we haven't gotten a chance to review them. What I can say is that the council, we did want to acknowledge the changes, like the tree change. That was great, although it was brought up, the scenic one does remain a question. Just to point to the questions in our earlier letters, and just that we really want to be a co-convener with the fire board and with our regional partners, East Bay Mud and East Bay Regional Parks District, and our residents to sort through these things together, and hope that we will do that. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for being here too. And I attended your meeting yesterday virtually, and you had a very late meeting too. So thanks for sharing.
Our next public speaker, Mark Evans.
Thank you, directors. You know who I am, but for the audience, Mark Evans. I'm the chairperson for the Moraga-Orinda Firewise Network, representing over 30 Firewise neighborhoods, which include approximately 4,000 homes. I did submit late public comments. These are the same that I submitted to the City of Orinda Council meeting last night, so I will summarize. I encourage the Board of Directors to approve Ordinance 2308 tonight. I respect the opinions and concerns of the residents who are opposed to approving this ordinance at this time. My response to this is a disservice to all the residents who have complied with the current 2023 exterior hazard abatement requirements. I observed that those who bring up these issues in the summer of 2023, after the deadline of the compliance requirements, did not bring these objections up until after they received pre-citations. Instead of requesting an MOFD administrative citation review, These residents went to the city of Orinda City Council and prepared some documents, potentially sharing that they want to take legal action. I know some of these residents. I've had the opportunity to meet them. I know they have the best of intentions. I do not dismiss their concerns, but I do not agree with the adversarial approach they have taken to work on this very important issue. I would like to point out that many other residents have this year received free citations. You can just go back and look at the fire marshal's report. The vast majority have worked with the fire district and resolved them. And I can attest through discussing with different neighbors in this community that they've reached out to the MFD staff and the staff has helped them understand what the issues are. I want to close by saying that the Moraga-Orinda Firewise Network leaders are available to help and educate and support all residents within our district to make our community safer from wildfire. Thank you.
And so I am checking for any raised hands. We have one raised hand, Jonathan Goodwin.
Thank you for checking. You know, the chief gave a very good account of a tremendous amount of work that has been accomplished because of him. I mean, it's really, it's almost staggering. And I want to express appreciation for that. A lot of good stuff has been done. The chief does not understand his limitations. And if the board does not check the chief in his limitations, it's going to cost taxpayers an awful lot of money in legal fees. You guys have not been told what CEQA really is. Environmental concerns is just, you're just lost in the woods. I want to read to you, I gotta manipulate this thing here. From it won't let me do it. Okay, well, I can't read it, but from East Bay Mud's comments, it said that this ordinance will hinder their ability to protect their watershed and supply clean water to us. Well, not to me, but to you. That is something that you'll be sued over if you don't work that out. That is not the same people who are cooperating. It's a different department, different level of the organization than the ones who are cooperating that the chief was talking about. East Bay Parks is not sanguine about this, and UC Berkeley apparently is not as well. You're going to have lawsuit after lawsuit because you don't understand up from down. You know, that what I'm referring to, just to make this clear, that green fire law letter that you got made it abundantly clear that you are exposed to legal action. The chief is not telling you, it's great that he's running out in front of everybody else, you know, to accomplish all these things. He's not telling you that when you run out in front of everybody else, you're exposed on both flanks to incoming fire. That's what you're going to get, and you'll deserve it because you're not looking right and you're not looking left. You should hire an environmental planner, as I suggested, as is obvious. You should hire a qualified environmental planner to smooth all this out. And then you won't have to be struggling with this stuff. And trust me, struggles are coming if you go ahead with this, and I know you will. Thank you.
I'm just going to comment briefly, Ms. John Holtzman. I would like to say that we have hired very top quality environmental consultants and a top quality environmental law firm. We've worked hand in glove with them on putting this together. and have been advised by them that we have taken the appropriate actions.
We have two more hands raised. Steve Hoyt. Steve Hoyt.
Sorry, unmute button. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I support the ordinance. I think there are two situations that I can think of. One is a large property next to another large property. And to me, that's not a huge risk if there's not a property line fuel break. And I think the ordinance addresses that situation nicely. The second is the more personal one for me, which is a large property owner adjacent to multiple other properties. I happen to live where the lack of fire break threatens not only my home, but dozens, maybe hundreds of other homes. That property owner has done nothing. MOFD must have the tools available to them to compel action in situations which impact large numbers of property owners. So I support the ordinance. I support what the chief and his team are doing to make us safer and frankly, make us safer from ourselves. Thank you.
Sean Thompson.
Yes, thank you. I kind of have come onto this late based on what was in the article in the La Moraga Weekly, I think last week. And I would, I think fundamentally, most of the homeowners that I understand and deal with kind of understand the, kind of zone 0, 1, 2 process. And I think that my comment would be that the new amendment here, which I understand is also an old amendment or an update of the old amendment, is somewhat unclear on how those two items relate. And, we have a smaller parcel. I know most of the comments here are relating to larger parcels, but it seems like obviously we're supposed to comply with the whole thing. And I think that if we could provide additional clarity between how 2303 and 2308 actually impact smaller parcels, which seems to be kind of not at all because of the zone 1012 requirement. I think that would be helpful. And then I would just have two other comments or three other comments. One, I thought the presentation earlier was very informative and would be much better if it could be widely disseminated. I think it answered a lot of questions. Two, it clarified that from the presentation, mulch is not banned outside of 2 feet from the structure. And I think if the amendments, both 03 and 08, could clarify that, that would be helpful. And then finally, there's a superseding amendment language in 2303, section 4.1, that seems to remove several of the changes to 2308 that relate to changes to unirrigated grass outside, as well as trees and such and the like. And so I would argue or request that those two ordinances language be brought into conformance. Thank you very much.
And that concludes our public comment. We do not have any more hands raised. I'm just checking if written public comments come in. We have not received any additional written public comment.
Okay. Can I just ask the chief a question? Yeah, I want to ask the chief a question. Chief, I just have a question. The last caller brought this up. I just want to make clear that I think for I'll state and you tell me if I'm right or not, but for parcels under 1 acre, there's no change from this in this ordinance. Well, the unirrigated would apply to under 1 acre as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, to the caller's
Okay,
last point about
okay.
2303, which governs defensible space around the structure. It says in that section that the more restrictive shall apply. And 2303 uses the language that was previously in 2304, which is a ban on non-irrigated brush.
Okay.
I don't think that is certainly a topic that of which we could have discussion and could make some recommendations around. That said, the 2303 applies within 100 feet of a habitable structure. So the potential for ignition increases significantly. Zone 0, 1, 2, and 3, as the caller was referencing, call for increasing your fuel mitigation efforts as you get closer to a house down to the pending Zone 0, which is the state law, not the fire district. But when those regulations are released, they may be a significant reduction in the amount of vegetation that's allowed in immediate proximity to the structure. That said, irrigated brush is treated differently, landscape spaces and so forth. I do have concerns about the presence of concentrations of non-irrigated brush within 100 feet of the structure because of the potential not only for direct flame impingement and the readiness with which those vegetative items typically are capable of carrying fire in the late fall months when they're 6 months or more removed from the last wedding rain, but also for the potential for ember production, which goes back to the dial about home hardening. That if we have non-irrigated brush, which is an ember producing plant due to the high decking component, within 100 feet of a structure, depending on the wind speeds and the eddying and so forth, you see significant ember loading up against the structure, which then really just becomes a matter of time till one of those embers finds the void space. So there is a fundamental difference between fuel breaks and defensible space. And on small parcels less than an acre, where the requirement applies everywhere, there are very few parcels 1 acre or less that have areas that are more than 100 feet from a home. Now there are a few. My dad's house is an example of that, but there are a few where the home it's more of a flagpole lot or a longer, more rectangular lot. But the vast majority of those homes, all areas of the parcel are within 100 feet of the structure, with centrally located. If I may, just to that point, though, there are many one-offs, and the ordinance is written with the intent that it applies to the majority of the cases. And when there are one-offs, when there's an odd-shaped parcel, when there is a riparian area, when there is habitat, when there are things that are not common to all, that's what the modifications process is for. As I mentioned, from very complex East Bay Parks to very simple case of one we're just looking at today, which was a riparian area, a creek bed that runs through. Those are best addressed, we believe, through the modifications process, and we've been taking we try to be very liberal with the modifications when they make sense, because the ordinance can't anticipate every situation. And were we to attempt to anticipate every situation, this would run to hundreds of pages and would probably create complexities of its own.
Has East Bay Regional Parks received modification?
Yes, sir.
And to everything I see and what I've seen that they've submitted or not submitted, I don't think they have issue with our ordinance.
They haven't submitted any. If they do, we haven't heard about it.
Okay.
Okay, I guess move on to a motion.
There's a.
Messrs.
One minor, this is a typographical correction, so I don't think it requires a formal motion to modify, but I just want to mention it. On page 4 of the ordinance, there's a heading that says weather climactic conditions. And I would say, I've looked this up on Google, climactic describes a high point or the most intense part of a movie play or song. Climatic refers to climate. So I would ask that along with your motion that you include the modification of the word climactic to read climatic.
We have a motion.
Well, Director Jix, I just want to say one other thing is that from my perspective, I think this has been a transparent process. Some people think otherwise. This ordinance was originally passed back in February. There was plenty of opportunity for the public to comment. And these modifications that we're making now are actually less restrictive. And I feel confident in the work that's been done by our legal counsel regarding the secret requirements. And, you know, I think the large majority of people who live in our district, they I think that this ordinance and the that the public wants our district to be as safe as possible. And I know there's environmental concerns. But sometimes you just have to weigh these concerns. And I think this ordinance addresses ways that the public can apply for modification. For the large majority of parcels in our district, I don't think there will be any environmental concerns. It is only on the larger parcels, and if there is a process now, and I think it's much clearer now than it was. So if anything else, I think that this whole process that we've been through, for over a month now has refined this. I think on our website, there's a lot more information. I think there's still more that can be done, and I think there will be more. I think this is a better ordinance, and I think it's necessary that we get on with the work that we need to do in making our district safer and get back to doing our inspections and enforcing our ordinance.
Would you like to make a motion then?
Sure, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we introduce and waive the reading of ordinance 2308 as written here in item 4.1, right?
9.
Oh, sorry. 9.1.
Yes.
Okay, 9.1, with the clerical modification that our district council has pointed out. And what else do we need?
And find the ordinance is exempt from the California.
Okay, and find that the ordinance is exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act, and also repeal ordinance 23-04.
I think just to be clear, because in first reading, you were waiving reading, et cetera. This is, you would need to specifically, I think I heard you say it, but I'm not positive.
Yeah.
You will be adopting this ordinance.
Adopting.
As set out in the agenda item.
Okay, you want me to read again?
I think maybe we should.
Okay, I make a motion.
I'll give it a try if you'd rather.
I'm gonna read it.
Oh.
I'm gonna read it this time. I'm not gonna, okay. I'm gonna make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 2308, an ordinance of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District, Contra Costa County, California, adopting requirements for fuel breaks in certain parcels in both the state responsibility and local responsibility areas within the fire district, adopting findings of fact regarding fire hazards in the fire district, adopting findings of exemption under California Environmental Quality Act, and repealing ordinance 23-04, and find that ordinance number 23-8 is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act for the reasons stated in the ordinance, and also
Changing the word climactic.
There you
to
go.
Climatic,
There we go. As stated by district council.
and I will second.
Okay.
Okay.
So we will now open public comment on the motion. So I'm checking and we do not have any hands raised. We do not have any in-person comments, and we've not received any additional written comments.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, we do have one. The person has lowered their hand, so just checking to see if we have any virtual public comment. Robert Finch.
Yes, this is Bob Finch. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I wanted to comment that in connection with my communications today with Chief Winokur, it was made clear that the Wilder community is under a separate fire code, and that none of what we're talking about tonight affects Wilder. We are under the WHAP separate fire code. And my comment, I guess, is a technical one. I didn't see anywhere in the ordinance where that is reflected so that people would know that we are, as Chief Winokur told me, we are not subject in Wilder to this ordinance.
And to clarify, Bob, the WAP is more restrictive than the WAP that was a condition of approval of the Wilder development back in 2000, early 2000s, meets or exceeds the ordinance. So from a practical standpoint, we can't go below what was included in the WAP as a condition of approval. So that just as a matter of procedure, the more restrictive applies. And in this case, that's the WAP.
Yeah, that I understand that, and that would be consistent with, legal interpretation. I'm just saying nowhere in the actual language does it exclude Wilder because of the WAP.
Yeah, there are a number of developments within the community that have WAPs that are in a similar circumstance. I defer to council about whether it would be beneficial to spell them out. My sense would be that it would not be, given that there are a variety of them, and there will potentially be other developments that have a WAP that are built while this ordinance was in effect that would obviously make it more confusing if it was not, if it didn't reflect the current conditions on the ground.
Okay, well, I just found it as one of the confusing points that the relationship between this new ordinance and the WAP was not spelled out. But in any event, that's my comment.
And Chief, just on that, MOFD still enforces that, right, in Wilder and these other developments.
Yes, sir. And those WAPs include a the hiring of an expert to report compliance that did not happen for several years for all these. So there's an element in the WAPs that anticipated, especially in the case of there's 3 that have large open spaces associated with the development. The WAPs, preceding my time here by quite a bit, anticipated the challenges of enforcement and included an enforcement mechanism via a third party.
So just to be clear, do our inspectors go to Wilder and do inspections, or?
The way it was written, that's not anticipated. We certainly can, but it was anticipated that an external third party would be retained by the HOA, the developer, the GAD, some of these other entities that own the lands in and around the large developments that have conservation easements, that they would go and inspect to the standards that were included in the WAP, and a report would be submitted to the fire district by the 15th of June every year.
Okay, and so just one more thing on that, because I wasn't aware of this personally. If a property owner or citizen goes up to Wilder and sees a dead tree on someone's property, do they call MOFD?
They do.
And then we go out?
We'll issue a citation to the owner. The WAP requirements aren't intended for one-offs like that. A good example in some of the outlying areas associated with the Wilder development during COVID, some kids they created an outdoor hangout space and were having open fires. That sort of thing is not an emergent issue like that is not anticipated in the WAP. The WAP has more to do with annual inspection and annual compliance, not with things that occur on an irregular basis.
Okay.
Okay, we have one more hand raised. Ben Zarin.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to also second what Bob Finch said. It would be nice to have that added in there or some clarification, because for the last 2.5 hours, I've personally been myself listening in to see if our home is going to be impacted, and so is 245 other homes in Wilder. And I just know there is a lot of confusion around this, and a lot of people, when you're moving fast, you don't know where to go and look for what document or what regulation. So if there is a way to clarify this, because there's a lot of new homes, a lot of new landscape, and there's a lot of confused homeowners. And I think it would be really beneficial if it's spelled out or at least clarified.
We can certainly do
Thank
that
you.
on the website. I would also point out that in the case of Wilder, I'm not aware of any of those parcels being greater than an acre. And so just from a practical standpoint, we can clarify via our guide and via our FAQs where WAPs are in place and include links to them, et cetera. But as I said, with small rectangular parcels in a built environment, such as Wilder and the other developments that have WAPs, I don't believe any of those exceed an acre, and therefore would be in a very different category.
So I'd like to see that, if you add that to the FAQs, so anyone who lives in those communities can look it up. That'd be great.
And there are, just for record, there are a few parcels that are larger than an acre, but I think, yeah, just clarification will be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment.
And can we move to board vote?
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Romer,
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye. Okay, motion passes.
Now we're on to item 9.2, second reading and adoption of ordinance 2305, which is our purchasing ordinance. Also, we will need to adopt resolution 2315, a resolution establishing contracting procedures for special services and contracts.
Any comments by staff? I mean,
I'll be happy to introduce this item. This is on second reading. The purpose of this item was we realized during when we went out to look for an auditor, we put out a RFP, and we realized upon review of our purchasing procedures that the procedures did not allow, in certain circumstances at least, consideration for in professional services contracts, certain types of professional services contracts of essentially the quality of services, that it was lowest bidder. And that's how they were written. The state code allows us that language, essentially, that limitation comes from the state code, and state code gives you two alternatives. One is to do that, or the other is to follow the procedures of the county that you're in. What this ordinance does is draws on Contra Costa County's purchasing procedures. And in particular, this allows greater discretion in certain types of professional services contracts to consider not just lowest bidder, but also the quality of the services.
thank you for that clarification. Excuse me. Any comments or questions by any of the board? If not, we'll
An open public comment. And we do not have any hands raised. And we do not have any written public comment or in-person comment.
Okay, then we can entertain a motion for approval.
I think we have a comment.
Oh, we have a comment? Okay. My apologies.
More of an anecdote, just in reference for anyone who didn't hear about.
And just for your record, can you just state your name?
Apologies. My name is James Duff, City of Orinda, resident of Moraga. Anecdotally, with lowest bidder contracts, I believe the Forest Service on Snake River hired a fuel attendant that filled the vehicles with gasoline that were diesel operated, and diesel operated vehicles with gasoline. So yeah, something to consider.
Smith River and the fuel truck has two compartments, and the compartments were flopped. So the guy actually loading them wasn't at error, but there were over 100 Forest Service vehicles were out of service on the side of the road, which allowed the Smith River Fire to make a run, which is probably some of the smoke we're seeing now.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
So now a motion.
Motion.
I can make a motion that we adopt the second reading and adoption of ordinance 2305 and the ordinance of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District of Contra Costa County, California, amending the purchasing and contracting procedures and authorities, adopt resolution 2315. A resolution of the Board of Directors of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District establishing contracting procedures for special service contracts.
Second.
We'll open comment on the motion. No comment on the motion. Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Jex.
Aye.
Item 9.3.
Good evening, directors. A draft of the district's OPEB actuarial evaluation as of June 30, 2023 has been completed, and the district's OPEB funding policy has been reviewed and updated. At the August board meeting, the board directed use of a rate of 6.39% for the assumed investment rate of return and a discount rate for the liability of 6.25%. I want to bring to the board's attention that the draft report uses a 6.25% for both rates. The actuary communicated that the two rates should be the same. The draft report is prepared using 6.25% for both rates. I would like to introduce Evie Lexana, Chief OPEB Actuary with GovInvest, and who will review the draft actuarial valuation.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak a high-level review of the OPEB actuarial valuation results. These are very complex calculations. We put together a very short overview. We'll not go down into the rabbit hole, but I can certainly answer any questions that you may have regarding the results. So without further ado, let's move to slide 3. So this is just basics on what the OPEB valuation is, what we do on our end, for anybody who is not familiar with the process. So I'm sure everybody is familiar with the pension benefit. So the OPEB benefit is basically the other post-employment benefits. So it's really all other benefits provided to employees at retirement that is not pension. So specifically for the district does offer subsidized retiree health and dental benefits at retirement. So those are considered OPEB, and we need to calculate the liabilities for it for the financial statement disclosure. Next slide, please. So there are 4 components to the OPEB valuation. The first one is the benefit provisions. So if you want to click, yep. Okay, so the benefit provisions, it basically talks about the eligibility to qualify for the benefit, and then what kind of benefits are being offered, whether it's medical prescription, dental, vision, etc. And then it also looks to what kind of subsidy is being provided to the employees at retirement. And then this is basically a long-term cash flow projections. If you think about budgeting, it typically runs just a few years down the road, but healthcare projections, the OPEB valuation, is really from the time of retirement for anybody who's retired or any active employees who will retire in the future until the end of life, because this is a lifetime benefit provided to employees at retirement. So as such, there are a lot of assumptions that go into the valuation. The first bucket is the healthcare assumptions. So the district offers health plans through CalPERS, and there are numerous health plan options that employees can elect at retirement. So we make an assumption as to what health plan an employee will elect at retirement. Additionally, just because the district does offer health coverage at retirement, it does not mean that all employees will take it. So we do have an assumption as to the percentage of active employees retiring who will elect to have this coverage. Additionally, if they currently have spouse coverage, they may not want a spousal coverage at retirement, maybe because the spouses have health coverage elsewhere. So we do make an assumption as to the spousal election coverage at retirement. So we are talking about health coverage here. So premium rates are expected to increase, so there is a rate of increase built into the valuation. Second bucket of assumption is the economic assumption. So as I mentioned previously, this is a future cash flow calculations essentially, but we are required to measure the liability as of a specific date, what we call measurement date. The liability for this report is measured as of 6/30/2023, and the discount rate used to discount all the present value of the benefit is currently based on the expected rate of return on the asset, which is at 6.25. Last assumption is demographic assumptions. You have a lot of active employees in the plan. Not all of them will make it to retirement. Some of them may terminate. Some of them may become disabled, and when they do make it to retirement, not all of them will retire all at once. So we do have different assumptions applicable to active employees and retirees, which include termination rates, rate of disablement, retirement rate, as well as mortality. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay, moving on to the valuation results. So we are only presenting on the slide the most recent 3 years of the valuation results. So the most recent valuation we are seeing, the trend is that we are seeing an increasing funded ratio, and that is really what we want. So the asset has kind of been up and down since 2021, but the liability is what we call is pretty stable, and part of it has something to do with the benefits being offered to the participants at retirement. So as of the most recent valuation, as of 6/30/23, the net OPEB liability of the plan is at 11.66 million. So it is very, very close to what it was last year at 11.7. The funded ratio did increase quite a bit, and part of it has something to do with the higher asset since last valuation. So there's an actually determined contribution at the bottom of the slide. So those are a look back actually determined contribution, and we have a slide later on that talks about what they are projected to be. So I will not discuss at any length the historical ABC, because I don't think that is not really what you're interested in. So what has changed since the prior valuation? So we typically, as an actuary, when we do a full valuation, we look and compare what we expect to happen, which is based on our assumption, and what actually happened. So demographic assumption wise, Sarah, which your active employees participate in pension wise, just completed their most recent experience study. So a lot of the demographic assumptions have been updated based on the most recent experience study that they have completed, and it actually caused a net reduction in liability. On the healthcare side, there is a long-term cost projection that is being done by the Society of Actuaries, and it's being updated every year. So we have updated our model to use the most recent Getson model. That's what the long-term healthcare cost model is called. And we are also changing the PEMCA minimum trend from 3% to 3.5%. Just to reflect a slightly higher medical inflation expectation. So the healthcare assumption changes cause an increase in liability. And then all other assumption changes, the payroll growth is not really a benefits related. It is more just to divide the liability into what is attributed to past service and what is attributed to future service. So that has a very small impact on the liability. But we do update the percentage of active employees assumed to elect spousal coverage for the male active employees. It has been increased from 75% to 85% based on what we see in the data for existing retirees. And then 55% of active employees in Tier 1, those receiving a district subsidy up to a cap, we are assuming that they will elect dependent coverage at retirement. So we are also now valuing dependent liability for any existing retirees with family coverage. So all the other assumption changes cause a net increase in liability. Next slide. So numbers wise, so I described what has changed. So numbers wise, the liability, it was at 14.5 million as of 6/30/22. It is expected to end at 14.6 million as of 6/30/23. This is just due to passage of time, active employees earning 1 more year of service, and they're 1 more year closer to retirement. What happens to get us to the actual 15.2 is that the demographic experience, there's actually a favorable experience, which caused a liability decrease of about $500,000. The healthcare cost ends up being higher than what we expect them to be. So that is actually a liability loss of 722. The assumption changes for the demographic, the mortality, termination, and retirement that caused a slight reduction of 210. and then all the other changes caused an increase of 606. The net actuarial gain loss is 611. That brings us to the ending total OPEB liability of 15.2 million. So that's what happened on the liability side. On the asset side, we were at 2.8 million as of 22. We are expecting it will increase to 3.3 million. But we actually end up at 3.5 million. So the district contributed more than what was expected. And then once we net out the benefit payments and the actual investment income coming in more than expected, the district ended up having more asset than what we anticipated at 3.5 million. Next slide. So in a graphical form, we are showing what happened to the unfunded liability on the left side. So the height of the bar is pretty consistent. And what we would like to see is a shrinking of the red bar. That's the portion of the unfunded liability. And it tracks with what is shown on the right-hand side, where we are seeing a basically increasing funded ratio of the plan. Next slide. So talking about an actuarially determined contribution. So this is an actuarial contribution calculated by the actuaries. And the idea is if, let's say, the district decides to contribute the ADC, then the plan is expected to reach a funded ratio of 100% after a certain duration. So there are two components that make up the actuarially determined contribution. The normal cost, which is essentially the cost of providing this benefit for the coming year only. And only active employees generate a normal cost because they are the only group that is earning one more year of service. So this is basically the cost of them earning one more year of benefit. Now, the unfunded liability amortization payment, the second component, is basically an amortization of all the past liability that was not funded. So the district is amortizing that over a 20-year period. And I believe for the contribution for the fiscal year ending 6/30/2024, the amortization period is now down to 13 years. So the sum of the two will make up the employer contribution. The next slide. So historically, from 2019 to 2023, the district pretty much tracks what the ADC contributed to the trust. So essentially, what happens is that the district contributes the difference between the ADC and the benefit payments to the trust, and then pays for retiree health benefits from the district's general asset. So the blue part is what is being paid from the general asset, and the green parts are the portion that is being contributed to PARS. For 2024, we are expecting that the district will pay for approximately 1.07 million in retiree health benefit expenses, and then we are expecting the district to contribute 464, which is the difference of 1.5 million ADC and the 1.07 retiree healthcare expenses. Next slide. So where does the benefit payments is expected to go? So there is a slow progression of increasing benefit payments. Part of it is due to more active employees retiring. Part of it is due to higher premium rates. But there is sort of like a cap on the amount of benefit paid by the district, because there is a maximum dollar cap of the district subsidy being put in place for the Tier 1 participants. So as of 24, we are expecting, oh, I'm sorry, go back one slide, please. Okay. So for 24, we're expecting 1.07 million by the end of the 30-year period, 2043. 20-year period of 2043, the expected benefit payment is about 1.4 million. So there's just a slow growth of cash flow increases there over a 20-year period. Next slide. So what is the expected contribution to be made to the trust? So as I mentioned before, the amortization period of the unfunded liability is at 13 years as of 2024. So it will go down to 1 as of 2037. And that is when the district essentially paid off the unfunded liability that was not funded previously. So at that point, the district is expected to reach 100% funded ratio. And from that point on, what we are expecting the district to contribute is really just the normal cost. So as the active employees earn 1 more year of service, that's the amount of money that we are expecting the district to contribute. So the green bars will exist until the amortization period goes down to 1. So that is the additional contribution that needs to be made to PARS. But after the amortization period drops to 1, from that point on, the district will contribute the normal cost, which is essentially the yellow line. So I believe that is all I have on the presentation. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to
Yes,
answer
Director
them.
Jacks, so by 20 or was it 37? It would be full, the unfunded pension liability or benefit liability would be 100%.
Only if you stay on the board till then.
Joke.
So.
Any questions?
No.
Okay.
So staff recommends, so one part of this is that staff recommends that the board approve the OPEB funding policy, because there was a change to the OPEB funding policy.
That's the
Okay.
6.25% from the. Okay.
Yes, so that it's 6.25% for both rates.
Okay, and public comment?
So we've opened public comment. We do not have any hands raised and we've not received any written public comment. And we do not have any in-person comment.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Not, will.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I'll make
Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the OPEB funding policy.
I'll second.
We've, well,
Director Romer, I'll second.
open comment on the motion. We do not have any public comment. Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Romer.
Aye.
President Jeff.
Aye.
Item 9.4.
Directors, the district contracts with public agency retirement services to provide trust and investment management services to pre-fund retiree healthcare OPEB benefits and pension rate stabilization money. PARS provides an annual client review. Tonight, we have in attendance 3 representatives from PARS and Highmark Capital, and they'll provide the annual review.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening, board members.
Aye. Thank you for
Hello.
sitting through all of that.
Yes, of course. Do we have the presentation?
We do.
All right, so we're going to go to page 2 here. One before that, please.
Are you spec?
Oh. Seems to not be in order, but I will go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Ashley Byris. I'm the Client Services Coordinator for the district. So any questions that you have, I will be a good point of contact. And I have Andrew Brown here from Highmark Capital Management, who will be taking over the later half of the presentation. So our PARS 115 Trust team is in 3 categories: PARS, US Bank, which is our trustee, and Highmark Capital Management, which is our investment manager, which is where Andrew is from. The US Bank serves as our plan fiduciary, and PARS is the consultant and record keepers.
So I'm going to pause for a moment and I'm going to pull up what was attached in the board packet.
Sure. Great. Let's go one more page down. All right. Okay, so this is our Section 115 trust. So this is structured as a combo trust to pre-fund your OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits for retiree medical, and your pension liabilities through your Cesara pension plan. Now, there are separate accounts used to pre-fund and address both your OPEB and pension liabilities. On the next page, we have a summary of your OPEB plan. So you started with us back in 2015, and you have an individual account. Andrew's going to go over that a bit later. You have about $2.7 million that you contributed to pre-funding your OPEB plan. No disbursements as of date. Total investment earnings about $946,000, with that account balance looking at $3.7 million. On the next page, we just have a graph showing what I just said here. So we're going to skip on back to page 7. So we discussed the actuarial results for 2023. These numbers we received from Precision Actuarial dated September 2022. So you were just presented more accurate numbers. So we're going to go ahead and skip ahead to the next page here. I do believe in that 2023 presentation, you still have that discount rate of 6.25. That was an increase from your discount rate in 2021, which is at 6.14. So with these results, they are not too different from the 2023 evaluations, but you were presented those more accurate numbers in that previous presentation. So we're going to go to the pension slide here. You started.
So we're kind of a year back, right?
Yes, because we were not, because that report is showing 2023. The reports I have right here are for 2022 for the actuarial valuation. Yes. All right, and this is for your pension plan. So you started with us back in 2017. You have a total contribution of $8.8 million. No disbursements as of date. Total investment earnings, $1.6 million, with that account balance at $10.3 million. And the next page again is a graphical representation of that. And then this next page here is your pension funding status for Cesara pension, for your Cesara pension plan. We see the total pension liability at $226 million, that funded ratio about 95.2, and that discount rate at 6.75. And I wanted to leave most of the time for Andrew Brown to go over investments, so I'm going to go ahead and invite him up.
Marcia, one more, please. Two more, please. Yeah, there we go. Good evening, Board of Directors, Chief, staff. I'm Andrew Brown, Portfolio Manager with Highmark Capital Management. I've been the Portfolio Manager for the OPEB plan and the pension plan since day one. And so a lot of familiar faces here. And so I think you're pretty much familiar with the layout of the presentation, but I'll just go over it very quickly. You'll see black colored font. The rows represents the returns for the plan. And what we're looking at here is the OPEB plan on page 14. You'll see maybe lighter yellow shaded font. That would be some type of representative benchmark. I was thinking, and the cursor's right over the column that I was going to focus on, the 1 year period, which is the fiscal year period ending June 30th, 2023. Maybe starting at the bottom line, the total managed return for the OPEB plan for the fiscal year, 14.12%. As a reminder, that is a gross of investment fee. Our investment fee, when you combine the asset balances for the OPEB plan and the pension plan, roughly about 30 basis points. So to get an approximation of the net return, be about 13.82% for the fiscal year. So 13.82% net. So how did we get there? Maybe going to the top row, cash equivalents, 3.64% for the fiscal year period of time. And if there is one positive ramification for the Fed raising rates, 475 basis points last time, is that money market yields are much higher than, what they've been over the life of the plan. Currently today here in September, our money market yields for the plan about 5.2, 5.3%. But over the trailing 12-month period of time, we got 3.64%. The converse of that is rising interest rates impacts bond prices. And so row 3, we have a minus 0.15% rate of return For our fixed income in the fiscal year, a little bit less worse than the Bloomberg Aggregate Index benchmark of minus 0.94%, but still a minus sign for the fiscal year. The big headline, though, of course, was our equity return over the fiscal year, 15.92%, and really across all domestic categories and even international equities, all returns in the teens. You got large cap 19.5, mid cap funds 14.6%, small cap weighed in at a 12.1%, international at a 17.5%. The report card is not without some negative marks. You can see the REITs real estate equity line item there, a minus 4.2% for the fiscal year. REITs being impacted by rising interest rates and also some secular headwinds with some sectors within the REIT real estate industry sector. So a minus 4.2. If you put it all together, though, a reasonably decent year. Better than last year when there was a minus sign in front of that minus or in front of the 14%. So gross 14.1, net about 13.8% for the fiscal year. Next page, Marcia, please.
Before you leave that, do you
Yes, sir.
anticipate any changes in terms of allocation?
Director Jackson, next page was actually the asset allocation.
There you go.
So good segue. Yeah, and so back in, I think we enacted the revision to the investment policy statement for both OPEB and pension in February of 2022. At that time, and you kind of take a look at maybe the middle column-ish, there you see at the top of the page, equity 85 to 100%. That's our allocation for stocks. There in the middle of the page, fixed income bonds 0 to 10%. At the bottom of the page, we do have a range for cash at 0 to 5%. So we have been implementing this model for, probably about 16, 17 months. The column, second column over from the left shows where we were at the end of the fiscal year and roughly where we are about right now. So 87% there on the equity top line, our fixed income's at 9%, and then cash would be right around 4%. So I said a second ago, the report card has a couple negative marks. One was obviously the REIT return of a minus 4%. Confession time, this is probably the bigger negative, right? Our policy would call for a neutral allocation for equities at 95%, fixed income at 4%, and cash at 1%. So, we entered the calendar year 2023 thinking we were going to have a recession. And so with that thinking, we were a little bit underweight equity. So if policy called for 95%, we were at 87, 88, 89% for the majority of the period of time. So, we left a couple nickels on the table in the year because it would have been better to get 15% than, the 3% that we got on cash or the minus 0.15% that we booked on bonds. So full disclosure there, disappointed there, but to your question, sorry to make you wait. We don't necessarily think we're going to have a recession next year, but we are kind of forecasting, 0 to 1% GDP growth next year. And the interest rate hikes that the Fed has engineered over the last 17, 18 months is really playing the major role in that. So right now, we're certainly not running into the arms of the equity market any higher than, 87, 88% where we're at right now. The thing with an 85 to 100% equity allocation is that it's almost a distinction without a difference, 85% versus 89%. I mean, we're fifth gear going down I-5. So there's not much protection, but directionally, that's what we would communicate with the board. We're slightly underweight equities. Yeah, good question. Any other questions on the position for OPEB? We manage both plans congruently. So Marcia, if you go to the next page, please. The returns pretty similar. I mean, they'll be a little bit different because we have some cash flows, mainly cash flows in on the pension plan. There's no distributions. So instead of 14.1 net, I think you see at the bottom of the page 14.3%. And we're within a couple basis points on the cash, the bonds, and the equity segment returns. And as far as the positioning goes, rebalancing at the end of June 30th. Next page, please, Marcia. The asset allocation is going to be congruent. The only reason why it would be different is if you had a cash flow income to the plan.
So Andrew, are you
Yes.
saying that for both funds, the investments are the same?
The underlying investments are the same, so they're
Underlying,
going to be the same index funds, and we're positioned within the same asset allocation
A different amount of money, obviously.
to different
So
sums.
that's why returns would be different.
No, it'd be the timing of the cash flow. So let's say you deposited $2 million into the pension plan, and so that's on the cash line. And then I would invest into the market. I'm usually pretty quick about doing it within 3 to 5 days, but that leads to a little bit of variability,
Mhm.
either buying on the right days or buying on the wrong days.
I'm just curious, like, you get that $2 million, you invest it all right then, or you just see what the market's doing and?
I try not to get too cute. I mean, 3 to 5 days is usually what I'm
Okay.
looking at, but frankly speaking, I mean, $2 million inflow when we're at $10 million, it's a little bit different than, 2018, 19, when the denominator was a little bit smaller.
Right.
You've done a really good job in terms of increasing your funding over the
Okay.
years. And just the last page, Marcia, I think I had the underlying index funds that were invested in and the investment returns for those indices. So let me pause and see if there's any questions.
Last year, I think it was when we changed our investment policy and we stopped investing in emerging markets, right? That was looking back on that now, what do you say? I mean, was that a good decision? I mean, at the time, I know you weren't all
Do you
that
know the answer to
supportive
that
of it.
question and you're already asking it? Or?
Oh, no, I don't really know. I'm just wondering. I don't
Marcia,
even
can you
know.
Go back to page 14, please. One of the investment returns and.
I don't even know. I have no idea what emerging market.
That one's up. There we go. Good.
Okay.
Yes, so just for giggles, the international equity return there in the bottom part of the page, 17.5% for the fiscal year. IFA, which are developed markets, which is what we're invested in the next row, the index 18.7%, and then emerging markets, to your question, 1.75%. So
How much?
1.75.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so, yeah.
Right there.
Okay,
Yeah, so
that
it was better
turned out to be,
18 than 1.7.
so it turned out to be a pretty good decision, I think, at the time.
Yeah,
I don't know how it's
Director
gonna,
Jex was,
I don't know how it's gonna
who's
be
showing
going.
his poker face. I might have said something, yeah.
Would you change it now?
We had our asset allocation committee meeting today, and I'm on the committee, and I made a motion to lower our emerging market exposure by 2%.
I would think so.
So I would be inclined to lowering it right now. China is facing huge headwinds, world's second largest economy, but headwinds. So, yeah.
I think it was the risk issue we were talking about. I don't think it was a return issue. We were just concerned. We were concerned about bonds. We were concerned about basically the risk of emerging markets.
Yep. Well, good. If there's no further questions, I'll wish you all a good evening, and thank you for the invitation to present to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Okay.
Yeah, keep it up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Shall we go ahead and open public comment? We do not have any hands raised. We do not have any public comment.
So no action on,
And there's no action on this item, is information only. Item 9.5, quarter four financial update.
Fiscal year 2023 is complete. All accounting entries have been made and financial results are final for the fiscal year. The original budget adopted in June of 2022 projected a general fund surplus of $292,000. Actual results through the end of the fiscal year is a general fund surplus of $3.2 million. What generated the $3.2 million surplus? First, looking at revenue on the left side. All right, revenue exceeded budget $387,000 in total. Property tax revenue exceeded budget $776,000, primarily from supplemental property tax, which are taxes that are derived when a property is sold or if there's completion of new construction. The district received the most money it has ever received in supplemental property tax revenue in fiscal year 2023. Investment earnings exceeded budget $374,000 due to increased interest rates and due to board direction to move investments into higher yielding U.S. Treasury bills. Ambulance revenue was offset things because it was less than budget due to a backlog of write-offs, which are now current.
How much of that would be, I think there was when we had the audit committee meeting, it was a couple of years where they hadn't.
Right, there was about two and a half years where there weren't write-offs.
How much of that write-off relates to prior years?
I don't know.
We took a hard look at that, trying to understand was there going to be more going forward as we cleared this out? One of the great challenges with the write-off, we could spend more time, but I would recommend not, because I don't think there's much there. But there's a cadence to billing that is specific to the carrier, the type of services received, who provided the service. And so it's not as simple as saying that it should have been paid at this time. We could, if there was interest, like I said, I don't think there's a lot of value to it, but we could run the analytics about when the actual call occurred. But the billing cadence has got so much variability that we know that they were delayed because our biller was backed up. We know that they're cleared out now. Actually parsing out how exactly that happened would come with an awful lot of caveats because of the varying cadence of billing cycles.
Okay.
That's right.
All right, so the most of the $3.2 million surplus came from expenditures being less than budget. So first is that total expenditures were less than budget, $2.3 million. And that was seen in salaries as listed on the slide, overtime, along with retirement costs. And finally, operating expenses were also under budget. This graph reflects general fund revenue by month. And you can see that it all trended appropriately between budget and the prior year. This slide illustrated general fund expenditures by month, which also trended appropriately. This graph details ambulance activity. The vertical bars show the number of transports by month for the current year and the prior year. The gray line depicts current year revenue, which is less than the budget, which is the blue line. This graph shows strike team activity. The strike team activity, we ended up with a surplus of $476,000, which was generated. This graph details monthly cash flow. The district started the fiscal year with $18.7 million in unrestricted cash and investments. At June 30, 2023, unrestricted cash investments was $26.4 million. The district started the fiscal year with $15.1 million in general fund unrestricted fund balance. The projected surplus increased the unrestricted fund balance to $17.5 million, which exceeded the minimum of 17% and exceeded the policy goal of 50%. So basically ended at 50.93%. So almost 51%.
Yay.
The Capital Projects Fund ended the fiscal year with a surplus of $3.6 million, which was primarily due to the planned transfer in from the general fund of $3.1 million. The debt service fund had a $1.7 million deficit, which was planned due to the ending of the pension obligation bonds, which are paid in full. And then the Tunnel East Bay Hills fuel break generated $33,000. And finally, the new fire fund of $1,000. This is the last slide, and we presented 4 updates this fiscal year. This concludes the presentation.
This covers basically the fourth quarter. Excuse me.
Yes, correct. The whole fiscal year 2023.
Okay.
And these are the numbers that are being audited currently, right?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Does this reflect the adjustment that was made?
For the
past adjustment.
Yeah,
The
the
last audit.
valuation.
For the Lathe market value?
Yes.
No, because that's not, doesn't affect the budget. So that's an unrealized accounting entry. So that is not part of this.
But it does go affect the P and L.
Well, so it affects the one that's not the compared to the budget. So this is the budget, which goes to the unrestricted fund balance. So then that accounting entry is only done for the audit purposes. So it's not in these numbers.
Okay. All right.
Would we like to take public comment?
Can do.
Good evening, Jacob Rolla with Contra Costa Firefighters Local 1230. To anyone, can be Glorianne, having seen many budgets and the surpluses and the health of our district, would it be fair to characterize our current financial status or of the district as the healthiest it's ever been?
I think that there's layers to that answer having to do with what are liabilities, what income, I think it's safe to say the district is in a strong financial position, but strong as it's ever been would probably require quite a bit more detail.
Thank you.
Go ahead, yes.
So this is Mark Evans. I have a question about, MOFD hired some fuel mitigation specialists through a grant, if I remember right. We got some, City of Orinda got some grant. My question is, was that 800,000? I just wanted to understand how that is. And let me have a follow-up question or a statement. I think the fuel mitigation specialists are one of the best ways to get people to participate in fuel reduction. And so I'm interested to know with what the forecast is of potentially hiring more. I also know it's very complex because they short duration and this and that, but I guess ultimately I'm encouraging, at least from my own perspective, hearing Firewise neighborhoods saying, hey, we're glad people inspected our neighbors' properties, encouraging or want to hear what the financial plan going forward, because I feel that's one of the most valuable services you provide and would suggest we may consider, you, the directors consider, and the staff consider funding that even more if it's possible. Thank you.
I would just offer, the current model is at capacity. We're out of places for people to sit. The supervisory structure would have to be revisited where we'd expand more. And we have persistent vacancies with the additional state budget allocation that Assemblymember Bayer Cahan brought that funded 2 additional positions for 3 years. We're having a hard time filling those. Those positions are highly transitory. There's a finite number of people that are willing to be paid $22 an hour to deal with some very challenging interactions with residents that are used to getting their way. So were we to expand, I would have to recommend a fundamental rethink of the structure to accommodate, because we can't continue to expand our current structure. I think we're at the logical limitations of what we've been doing.
And earlier Christine said, I think there's 2 people in background checks, and that would bring us up to the 5.
That would.
For right now.
Assuming that everything else was locked in amber, it would bring us to 5.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Gloria.
Yeah, thank you.
And staff. Good report.
Item 9.6.
Good evening, directors.
And good news.
At the last board meeting, a director asked for a future budget item, agenda item regarding nuisance and false alarms. I've included in the staff report several definitions derived from the California Fire Code that I do think are helpful to the discussion. A false alarm, which we typically refer to in most cases, is not what's actually happening. A nuisance alarm is a system malfunction. Staff, district council, and I have been meeting with representatives from St. Mary as well as the fire marshal. We're confident that we are on a path to resolution, and I would recommend to the board that we defer this item to a future date. There are some representative from St. Mary's here that give opportunity to address the board if you would like to. Sure.
Good evening. My name is Kirk Trost. I represent St. Mary's College. Also here with me tonight is Isidro Farias, who's Vice President of Facilities Services at the college. I just reinforce what the chief said. I think we've had some very productive conversations. I think we have a shared goal of the safety of our college campus and the safety of the community generally. We're looking forward to working on a very productive relationship moving forward. And we're committed to that. And I'm here tonight and sat through your meeting at the specific request of President Brother Thomas, who wanted me to come and wanted me to express that very thing, that our commitment is to work with you on those common goals and to do what's necessary to move forward. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, two issues, I think. And the reason we wanted it on the agenda. One was the last report. It was, I think, a copy in the agenda in our file that showed numerous violations. And so, I mean, I can't categorize, what's serious and what's not serious, but I was blown away by the number, the volume. Is there a timeline in terms of what you're expecting in terms of rectifying and dealing with it? My concern is really the safety of the students. If there's that many violations, I mean, that's just a high risk environment in some respects. So I would just be curious in terms of what you talk about fixing or correcting some of those violations, and when we come back again in a year, what are we going to see?
If I may.
Sure, Chief, go ahead.
Just Director Jex, to your point, not all violations are created equal. Not all things that are associated with fire safety are created equal. What we're working with the college right now is how to prioritize and then move them forward quickly. There are also some things that are significant and will take time. So I certainly would defer to St. Mary's to speak for themselves if they so choose, but it was a little early to seek assurances and to put timelines because we're still working through the process of what the priorities are, and we appreciate the college's commitment to working with us so that the fire district is able to collaboratively participate in the prioritization. So those most critical elements can be advanced, and then we will, in the not too distant future, we should be able to provide much more detailed report with timelines associated with the correction of those items.
Well, the other issue that we were concerned with, or at least I was concerned with, was the utilization of our resources for false alarm response.
Nuisance alarm. I was using the term false alarm before, and I correct myself now that a nuisance alarm.
Nuisance alarm.
Yeah. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I just was curious in terms, is part of the agenda in terms of rectifying?
Do you want to address that, Chief?
Yes, sir. The nuisance alarms and the associated impacts we previously discussed are all part and parcel of what we believe is to be a comprehensive addressing of the issue. We appreciate the college's commitment, certainly the president's time to address this issue is appreciated. I'm confident we'll be able to report out in great detail a specific plan and how it is moving forward and how we're working collaboratively to address our shared concerns.
So here's what I'd say to the members of the board. The college has been working well with the district over the years, and things have changed. I think at the meeting last month, your chief said we had a way of operating with the college around nuisance alarms and false alarms. And he said, the district is partly responsible for that, and we need to do things differently. And the same thing is true with respect to the violations that you're talking about, Director Jex. I think we've had a relationship, and I think times have changed, and some of the scrutiny that we apply to these things has changed over time. And some of that caused a breakdown in communication between the district and the college. And we are committed to fixing that. But I don't want you to be misled by statements that we have a large number of nuisance alarms and a large number of fire alarms, and that the
and that your district is responding on a regular basis with a full call out to the college, or that we've got a lot of violations of the college that we've simply been ignoring for a number of years. I think that's not true. And it's part of the reason why the chief and the college has had some very productive conversations. And we didn't want to have this conversation publicly. We thought this is something that we ought to be committed to working out over time, privately among the responsible people. And we are committed to doing that. So you have our commitment, and we don't want to dive into the details of all those commitments, but I agree 100% with what the chief said. There are levels of violations that have been noted at the college. We expect to deliver a draft plan to the chief by Monday or Tuesday of next week, saying how we intend to address these things over time. We intend to have high-level meetings that include the president of the college to talk about how we build our partnership better and how we communicate with each other. We intend to have high-level meetings with the chief and his staff about our current systems for alarms at the college and how we can improve that and how we can make sure that we're not calling the district out when there's not a reason for you to make a full reply out to something that's going on at the college.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
value St. Mary's is a very important part of our community. I mean, the thing that brought it to our attention at the board level is we asked to see
I understand.
a report on unpaid fines.
Yeah.
And, and I was shocked.
And look, I could,
and then it wasn't that we needed the money.
yeah, I understand.
It was what they represented.
And again, I think there was a misunderstanding. The college never intended not to pay those. There are concerns that we have about the amounts and whether we were appropriately charged. And I've had conversations with your council about it. And 2 months ago, I said, we're ready to pay the fines. We just need to have a conversation about what the appropriate, well, they're not fines, they're fees, what the appropriate amount was. We're ready, willing, and able to resolve that if necessary. But I think what we're doing is better in the sense that we are building a better foundation for our partnership together. That's what we're focused on. And by the way, I do want to acknowledge you, Director Romer. We had an opportunity to talk last Friday. It was very helpful walking into the meeting with the chief. And as a graduate of St. Mary's College and someone who cares deeply about the St. Mary's community, I'm here from Sacramento because they wanted me to help them, but also because I'm committed to the college and its future and to everything that it stands for.
And I think I need to, in full disclosure, I don't know whether you're aware, most people aren't, but there's something called the Brown Act, which governs whether I can, under what circumstances I can communicate with other members of the board about items that are on the agenda or even could conceivably come on the agenda. So I need to tell the other directors who don't know that between the time last month that I specifically asked to agendize this item, because I shared the same concerns with Director Jacks, and I think with the other directors as well, is I forget whether it was the chief or John who approached me and said that you had specifically asked to meet with some of the directors. We discussed the Brown Act implications. I said I would be happy to meet with you. And so you and I did have a very good conversation last Friday. And the purpose of that, and I will repeat some of the things I said, which is we are concerned about the safety of the students, the safety of the staff, the safety of the folks out at St. Mary's, and our own firefighters who are responding to these situations. And, I have a personal family connection with St. Mary's. I know that you told me that Brother Mel Anderson, who was the president for 27 years, was a mentor of yours. He was a personal friend of my parents. My dad was the director of community relations at the University of Notre Dame, and one of his jobs was to reach out to the police, fire, and the city council to work with the city of South Bend, Indiana, in partnership with the University of Notre Dame. And, when I heard these things at the board member, I'm thinking my dad would have been in the office of chief Winokur yesterday to say, what do we need to fix and how do we need to fix it? So I was surprised. There was no animosity towards St. Mary's. On the other hand, there was a lot of deep respect and affection to St. Mary's because in part of the history of our family. So, and I didn't discuss any, I didn't meet on, I didn't make any promises or we just tried to establish open communication. And I offered to meet with Brother Thomas Jones. And after Friday, it became apparent to me that that probably wasn't going to be necessary because I think that you're going to work well with John Holtzman and Chief Winokur. But anything that I can do, including meeting with Brother Thomas or the trustees or anything else, I'm glad to do, but I need to do it, in compliance with the Brown Act and, not negotiating on behalf of the board because it's the board that makes that decision.
So Director Romer, I just think there are two things that are really important for me to communicate to this board. One is I didn't want to have this discussion tonight with the board. I didn't think it was necessary. But the reason is that I think we have established the foundations for a good partnership and communication with the chief. And I'm satisfied that we're not going to show up back here with a need for you to spend your time on any issues at St. Mary's College, because no one cares more about the safety of our community than Isidro and his team and the president. Okay.
Great.
And the second thing is I just want to be clear about this. I don't want to have a big discussion about the violations or the fees or anything. We will work that out and I'm confident of it, but I don't want you to be left with the impression that that is some evidence or indication that the college doesn't care and hasn't been paying attention to these things. Okay.
I understand.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And I do appreciate our opportunity to talk by phone last Friday. It was
Yeah.
very
Thanks.
helpful.
And Chief, I do want to defer for a moment to the chief. Okay, I hope you would support everything I said, and I've accurately recorded what we've talked about, and you share my optimism for the direction we're headed.
Certainly share your optimism going forward, and I do think there's been a fundamental change in the tone and tenor of the conversation. Look forward to hearing that. I would take issue with the college has been committed to solving this because we are a year removed from the beginning of this conversation, yet we've only recently begun the substantive conversations, but I'm confident moving forward it'll be a very productive conversation.
And I think that's unfortunate. And I think there has been a break in communication, and we are committed to not letting that happen again. And it's not because the college didn't care. It's because we weren't communicating well enough. And I'm here on behalf of the college to commit on behalf of the president that we're going to fix that problem. And the president personally wants to be involved in the conversations when we talk about communication and how we build an effective partnership.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to, since I'm in Moraga too. So I'm super pleased with the conversation that's being had. I think, from a board view, that's the way we want things to go. And that's the way we want things to work. And I think as somebody who lives in Moraga, St. Mary's is a key part to our community. And we appreciate your efforts in all you do for the community. But this conversation, I think, elevates our partnership with the MOFD with you. And I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
Appreciate
my
it.
pleasure.
I didn't say anything, so I will. Go Gales.
For sure, go Gales.
It's late,
Good night.
Thanks.
All right, we'll open up public comment. We do not have any public comment.
Yay.
We can go on to committee reports. Audit committee.
We've met, reviewed the audit results. Did not look at yet the draft report. We grilled Florianne with questions. Hope she wasn't embarrassed, but she answered them all correctly. And we also doubled the number of questions of the auditors, and they also were very responsive. And I think very thrilled with the change in the auditor. We got a really good team.
And we're on a good timeline.
Yeah.
Our audit will be delivered much earlier this year than last year.
Good report.
Ad hoc committee for develop plans for expanding fire prevention program.
No meetings.
Ad hoc committee facilities, Station 41.
And I would recommend for the directors, in light of current developments previously discussed, that we'll put a consent item next month to dissolve the 41 ad hoc.
Oh, you beat me to it. I was gonna say good for that item, but maybe change it to Station 43.
45.
45, sorry, 45 of that. Yes. Okay,
And then the joint fire prevention with the city of Orinda.
We haven't had a meeting, but it looks like both Director Jorgens and I are available for our next meeting on November 13th. I don't know whether you've heard from Darlene and Malkani yet. So we don't know whether that date's going to work or not. All right.
They're looking for a different date, so 13th more.
13 doesn't work. for that.
We have a commitment for the La Miranda Movers dinner in Moraga that night.
Okay,
So they're, I spoke with Sherry, she's looking for different dates.
all right. That's too bad. That was a good one for us. Anyway.
Okay, we'll open public comment for the committee reports.
Mark Evans, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not in the right spot, but I had made a commitment to try to come and give you all an update on fire safe Moraga-Orinda in October. And I'm telling you right now, we are not quite ready. We just can't do it. So I'd like to just tentatively, we will be ready in November. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we do not have any other public comment for committee reports. And I will move that comment for future agenda items from Mark Evans.
Okay,
um,
future agenda items.
well, just real quick, it's not really for future agenda, but I think I wanted to bring it up before. Open house, when is that? Can you just tell me open house?
Yes,
Is it before the next meeting?
It is.
it's October 14th, that Saturday.
Okay, I just wanted to get that out in the public for the notes and everything.
Open house pancake breakfast,
There you go.
October 14th at Station 41 from 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m.
Oh, good. Thank you, 41. And Chief, the evacuation exercise on September 30th, is there any kind of modeling or presence at any of our firehouses on that morning? Nothing to do with us.
No, we have no.
Okay.
We're doing a mock DOC activation with city and town staff. The way to exercise the collaboration element, the information flow, but no impact.
Okay, great.
Any other future agenda items?
Well,
Any public comment on future agenda items? Hearing none. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
And the time is,
Well, maybe I'll have one more thing to say.
the time is 10:40. All those in favor?
Aye.
I may not be available.